Welcome, everybody. We'll begin our meeting today for the Provo Municipal Council. This is the work session. It is 12:04 on Tuesday, March 1st, 2022. Meetings of the Municipal Council are now being held in hybrid fashion. That is, members of the public can continue to view council meetings on YouTube and Facebook, or they may attend in person in the council chamber at the Provo City Center. I remind participants to mute your microphone when not speaking to minimize potential for background noises and conversations to be picked up, recorded, and broadcast. We have a number well, actually, I guess we only have one excused member currently, Travis Hoban, who is traveling and may be intermittently joining us during the meetings this afternoon and this evening. I'm joined on the stand by Councilor Rachel Whipple, Catrice McKay, Dave Shipley, and online by Bill Fillmore and Shannon Ellsworth. We also have John Magnus, who's our interim executive director, and Brian Jones, our city attorney, and Wayne Parker, our chief administrative officer, and Isaac Paxman, our deputy mayor. I was forgetting Isaac's name for a split second there, a little low blood sugar or something. Anyway, we're grateful to have everyone here and for the help of the staff. We know that we're a little bit shorthanded with our staff, so we're especially grateful for all the work that's gone into making today's meeting possible. We will have an opening prayer by Councilor Ellsworth. So if you'll go ahead, Councilor Ellsworth.
Mr. Vice Chair, can I say the opening prayer in the evening meeting and switch someone? I apologize. I'm not in my office yet.
Okay, I'm the one signaled to say it this evening, so I'll happily do it right now. Our dear Heavenly Father, we are so grateful to be gathered as a city council and to have the privilege and opportunity and responsibility to serve this community in a democratic society. We're grateful for our freedoms. We're grateful for the wonderful people who make up this community, and we pray for them. We pray for all of those, especially who are in any way in need of better services from the city and from others. We pray that we might be more mindful and careful in our deliberations today to ensure that we are providing a true sense of community for everyone. We are mindful today of the suffering in Ukraine, and we pray for those good people and pray for a peaceful resolution of that conflict and many other conflicts throughout the world. We're grateful for good people who are striving for peace and pray that thou will bless them. We ask for thy spirit now as we deliberate and meet, and we say these things humbly in the name of thy beloved Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. All right. Although this is a public meeting, only the presenters and those invited by the council may speak or ask questions unless otherwise invited by the, in this case, I'm the vice chair. I should have explained Travis Hoban, who's our chair, is absent, and he's asked me, George Handley is vice chair, to conduct today. So I'll be conducting. So please wait until called upon to speak. If there is no objection, we will now adjourn the Provo Municipal Council meeting and reconvene as the Redevelopment Agency of Provo by unanimous consent.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Can you just recess instead of adjourning?
Yes, I can do that. So we will now recess the Provo Municipal Council meeting and reconvene still as the Redevelopment Agency of Provo by unanimous consent. Councilors, you will want to turn on your mic and speak up if you object. Okay, seeing no objection, we will turn it over to, are you ready, Councilor Ellsworth?
Thank you.
Councilor
the
Whipple,
vice chair of the board is.
Okay, great. Councilor
Yeah,
Whipple.
the vice chair of the board, Councilor Whipple will do it.
Yeah.
All right, this is my first time doing one of these things. It's going to be fun. So number one is a resolution of the governing board of the Redevelopment Agency of Provo City Corporation approving the assignment of the parking lease with Provo City Housing Authority. This is item 22-025. This will be presented by David Walter, the Division Director of Redevelopment.
Vice Chair, members of the agency. This item concerns park construction.
I don't think the mic is on.
Got it. Sorry.
It's okay. Okay, it is green, so. Okay. So, this item concerns the parking structure of the Wells Fargo building. Some of you may not be aware that the agency has the rights to designate uses in that parking structure as a result of the participation the agency did several years ago to make this structure a reality. Over the years, we've worked with PEG Development, Forge Development to make the structure parking available for tenants and residents of 63 East and other developments. Forge Development several years ago sold a project at 80 East to the Provo City Housing Authority. They're planning now to construct units that are going to be providing housing for people with some developmental disabilities as well as for some senior housing. And as a result, they no longer require the same number of parking spaces that they had initially leased up with the lease from Forge Development. So they are looking to transfer some of those spaces to the proposed development at the Los Hermanos building, Los Hermanos, when it was burned down, the restaurant moved out, subsequently been sold. The new owners intend to rehabilitate the building and add some structure or add some residential units on the top. And they're looking to provide their parking spaces as required under the Provo City Code. We are being asked to approve the agreement. So it's not that all we're doing is transferring some of the spaces that Provo City Housing previously had to the new owners of the Los Hermanos building. The attached resolution is asking for you to give the mayor in her capacity as the chief executive officer as the redevelopment agency the authority to sign this document and any other documents that may be necessary to affect that change. So that's my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Councilor Shipley.
Thank you. So it transfers 55 spots.
Yes. So Forge Development had these spots. They leased them, and now they transferred that. As my understanding, the Provo City Housing Authority is not transferring all 55, but is going to be entering into an agreement with Capital 13 as the new project owner of Los Hermanos to make that happen. So.
Okay.
And we're just being asked to approve that. So that's our role in this. They were agency assets. And in order to keep them within the purview of the agency, we're taking this action to be able to take affirmative steps to make sure that those assets stay with the agency.
So these were non-public spots already. They were already spoken for.
Correct.
Right. How many public spots does the city still retain control?
At this point, I think we're down to about 14 between all the various uses. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Do we have questions online? Okay. Yes.
So I park in there regularly. Are there really only 14 for the public in there?
No, ma'am. So
okay.
There are roughly
I'm like, I'm definitely parking in other people's spots.
No, there are roughly 500 spaces in there, and it's kind of I'm happy to go into it, but it is kind of a long background. Okay. But there are
I'll call you.
Okay, fair enough.
All right. It sounds like we don't have any further questions for you. Thank you so much, David. Or Mr. Walter. What should I call you?
David's fine.
Okay. I'll try to. I don't want to call you that. Okay. The next thing is a resolution authorizing the Chief Executive Officer to sign an extension to the exclusive right to negotiate agreement with McWhinney Real Estate Development for the redevelopment of the existing City Hall property downtown. Mr. David Walter again will be presenting, and I will not call him anything inappropriate.
Thank you. This item concerns the proposed redevelopment for this block once we vacate and go into the new facilities. The agency board may remember that we entered into this agreement with McWhinney Real Estate Development out of Denver, Colorado. That time they had 270 days, and we were hoping to get a joint development agreement before the city council for their review and approval prior to that. However, based on some give and take that was going back and forth on the design of the project, we are asking to activate the 90-day clause that's in the agreement right now to extend the negotiating period. That would take us until about May 3rd. That we will finalize that design. I think we're there right now. We just need to start finalizing the economics and what they're going to start doing and asking and the phasing and all those other details that will be within the joint development agreement that we will bring back before you for consideration. So we're asking for you to consider giving the mayor, again, as the chief executive officer of the agency, the authority to sign this extension to the 90-day agreement, or 90-day extension to the agreement, so we can finalize the joint development agreement and bring it back to you. That's my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have questions from the council? I don't see any questions online either, so I think we're good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. At this point, we've concluded all the RDA business, so the RDA will adjourn. Did I do that the right way? All right. We're out.
All right. Returning to our council agenda, we have an item, a presentation regarding the fiscal year 2023 budget from Administrative Services regarding facilities, information systems, and justice court. And this will be presented by John Borgett, Director of Administrative Services, and we have 45 minutes for this item.
Yes, thank you, Council. I come to you we're going to talk about three areas. In a previous work meeting, we talked about some other sections. We talked about finance and human resources, but today we're going to be discussing the justice court, facilities, and also our information systems. And so we will start off with Rhiannon Newton that will give us an overview of our justice court. I would also mention that Judge Romney, didn't sound right. Judge Romney is here, and if there's any questions for him, he's also available to answer questions. But Rhiannon will lead us off. So Rhiannon.
Good morning or afternoon, I guess. So I like to make these things brief. I hope that is fine with everyone. If you'll go to the next slide, this will show a graph of kind of our revenue trends for the past 5 years. And as you can see, they are trending downwards. We, on the next slide, kind of feel like that's with these pandemic restrictions we've been under, which just lists a few of them. For a good year, a little more than a year, we were under restrictions, which didn't allow us to issue warrants, which is a good tool with collecting on cases and also getting cases disposed of. Also, we were and still currently are a little limited on our hearings and trials. We are at this point back to being allowed to do jury trials, but most of our hearings are still virtual by WebEx is what we use. We'll have our first jury trial last week. Went well. The collections of fines and fees and those efforts were also restricted for that year mark. So that kind of helped or caused some of the revenue being down. There's also a lot of changes. If you go to the last or the third slide, the justice court reform. Things that have changed, that are looking at being changed, and this kind of bullet points a few of them. Defendants are now, they have the option to post cash or bond on most or all warrants and bail. We're also seeing more unsecured bonds. What that is basically a promise to a promissory note that the defendant will appear. They don't have to post bail or bond, but a judgment can be issued for them, a civil judgment, if they fail to appear. Also, community service is an option in lieu of all fine payments, and that has to be allowed to all defendants if that's something that they request. We are looking at video more than likely staying or sticking around for forever, or at least as an option for some people. Also, transports may continue to be limited. There's also a push for treatment-based sentencing rather than fines and incarceration. Continued discussion is also being held on pushing all Class A misdemeanors to the Justice Court from District Court. That's just a few things that are looking at changing. The last slide for us are the questions that I think you guys had presented to all the departments. What is your department or division doing to help the city achieve the goals listed in the general plan? We have 2 full-time employees on staff that speak both English and Spanish, and we have court-appointed interpreters that are provided for criminal, traffic, and small claims hearing in any language requested or needed. We are open and receptive to citizens as they come to the Justice Court. In the past, we have done customer service surveys annually, and we continue to get high marks on those, which is pretty impressive with the business that we conduct. So we are very customer service focused and want to be helpful to the public. Do you see important needs being funded or underfunded in our department currently? We don't. We feel like we've got what we need. We're making do. We would like these restrictions lifted a little more, but that's not up to you guys. If we received supplemental money last year, what did we use those dollars for, or how did those dollars make it easier to achieve your department or vision goals? We didn't receive supplemental money last year. We're not requesting any this year. So, do you have any questions for me or Judge Romney?
Any questions? Councilor Whipple.
I did have a question. So with doing most hearings virtually, will that be able to save money on transport when you have people who are in the jail?
Currently, right now, we are saving a lot of money not transporting, but it is kind of not as efficient hearing them from the jail. The jail only has a certain amount of time slots for the entire state to use for virtual hearings. So right now, we only have 2 hours a week total, an hour on Monday and an hour on Thursday to hold those virtual hearings with inmates. So yes, right now we are saving because we aren't transporting, but it is also causing us a kind of a backlog in cases and taking care of things.
Maybe a follow-up question to that. If the backlog then has to be addressed, does that not mean your expenses are going to need to go up?
Currently, we are still, I think we've budgeted for transport if it comes, like anticipating its return, but we don't know when that's going to happen. It'll be up to the state courts and their order.
So the upshot is, even though the revenues are down and they're going to be, you're expecting they'll go back up a little bit.
We anticipate that they will. They are a little up. If you looked at that second slide, they are starting to increase already. I mean, we are up from we're almost at what 2021 was in 2022. So we do anticipate they are going to go up. We just kind of don't know at what rate or when they'll hit that.
All right. Any other questions? I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We felt like it was really important for the council to hear this discussion because there's not many areas. There are just a couple areas in the city where we're actually anticipating revenues to be down, and the Justice Court is one of those. And we are watching and monitoring it, but we really are limited a lot to what we can do based on the state courts and what their mandates and requirements are. And so we'll continue to keep you abreast of the situation there. But when you see the budget, their numbers are down, and just want to make you aware of that. What we'll do now is we'll hear from Dick Blackham. He can talk a little bit about facilities and also about the new city hall and airport, how they relate to facilities. And then we'll hear from Josh Ehrig and Tyler Dennis, who is our cybersecurity person, talking a little bit about the information systems and cybersecurity. Okay, Dick.
Thank you, John. Council, it's nice to be with you today. I'm Dick Blackham. I'm Provo City Facilities Manager.
Mr. Blackham, could you just come a little closer to the microphone? Yeah, for people online. Thank
Hopefully
you.
that's better. I didn't want everyone to hear me, I guess. I want to focus my discussion on budget numbers today for the new City Hall. You're all well aware of that. And the new exciting building we're building, designed to be net zero ready, and creative design, community involvement, and cost consciousness. Scheduled for, toward the end of May this year, getting the building turned over to us as a city, starting our punch list to go through and make sure everything's taken care of, and then looking at the middle of June through July, middle of July, and getting us moved over. Significant increases in next slide, please. Thank you. One more. We're about 88% complete as of date today. So we're, as you're again well aware, we're moving right along with the building. Exciting. Next slide, please. With the significant increase in square footage, our facilities costs are obviously going to increase, and I've broken those down here. And I want to give you an idea of where we're at on a lot of those main issues. Janitorial contract for one, this new City Hall is going to end up about 204,000 square feet. We're currently in about 64,000, so you can see the increase of square footage that we're going to have. Currently, our janitorial contract's about 115,000 a year. It's going to go to about 368,000 or so a year. These are estimated numbers right now. Won't have real solid numbers on the janitorial contract until May of 22, when I can finalize and get a formal RFP out to have the janitorial contractors actually walk through the space, see the flooring types, all the different surfaces and everything that will have to be cleaned. So these are a real good educated estimate on the janitorial contract, especially. So airport terminals probably it's kind of in the same type of situation, going from about 3,200 square feet up to 63,000 or so. Janitorial contract increase will probably be it'll go from about 31,000 to 123,000. Difference of about 92,000 at the new terminal as well. Same thing, the RFP in May will go through that as well and get revise those numbers at that point. Emergency generator maintenance will be slightly increased due to a larger generator that we'll have here at the City Hall as well as the airport. We pay about 18,000 or so annually now. That'll go up to about 21,000 or so with the increase in the size of the generators that we'll now have maintained through our current vendor. Next slide, please. HVAC maintenance on the City Hall. We are looking at having a service agreement with the current subcontractor for the heating and cooling in the building. They'll come in and give us we're looking at doing a 5-year service agreement with them. Right now, our HVAC maintenance runs about 9,000 a year, and will go to about 19,500 or so. Difference of about 10,500, but it'll give us a real advantage to have our current contractor have a service agreement that they'll address any issues, not only from we have our year warranty period, obviously, but this would pick up right after the current 1-year warranty period would kick in after that. And it would be very beneficial to the city to have that. So that number is worked in that HVAC number as well. Airport's pretty much the same situation with the square footage going from about 1,500 to 65. And I'm currently dealing with the subcontractor on the airport, which is a different HVAC contractor as well, to look at a service agreement there. So elevator contract, we're going at the city hall from one elevator to 4. So that's a significant increase there. 30,000 currently to about 42 to address the additional cabs, elevators in the new building. Overhead door cost is a slight increase due to the large rolling doors downstairs in the secured police parking in the basement secured area. That'll be about another 12,000, 13,000 or so increase on the overhead door maintenance. UPS maintenance costs. UPS are the continuous power supplies for all of our computer equipment. We have a service agreement on those. We'll increase that about $6,100 or so due to the larger units that will be required for the new server space and the increased square footage in the IT area. Next slide, please. Janitorial supplies. Aside from the contract, this is paper products. As you can imagine, we're going from 14 restrooms to 46, which is a good thing. So a lot more paper products at not only City Hall, but as airport as well. So we'll see a difference of about 34,500 increase to keep up with hand towels and things. So that's another issue with the increased square footage. Window cleaning. Previously in the building here and all of our other buildings, it's been included in our janitorial contract. With the increase in obviously windows and glass area in the new buildings, we'll have to have a separate contract for that. The building was designed with large hooks on the roof sections for the scaffold to come down the side of the building. With the large window cleaning process. So that'll be a separate contract. Again, this is a educated estimate right now until I can get through the RFP. Will be a separate RFP for window cleaning to come through City Hall and really look at the scope of work for that building as well as the airport. So that is an additional cost that we will have that we have not had in the past. Utilities, again, referring to the square footage increase, we're going to be around 407,000 a year for power and water combined, a difference of about 173,000. Granted, the building is much more efficient and more net zero ready status. No gas whatsoever in the building. There's not even a gas line to the building. So we do eliminate the gas charge the natural gas charge that we have in our buildings currently. But again, in order to achieve that net zero ready status on the building, we went all electric on everything. Granted, our electricity cost will go up, but again, going from 64,000 to over 200,000 square feet is a major difference there. So all in all, with all the totals there, we are looking at an increase of about $741,000 a year annually. I think it's definitely going to be worth it. I think everyone will agree with me that it'll definitely be worth it, but it is a substantial increase to maintain the new building. A couple other issues, just the next slide, please, sorry. Goals and objectives in the general plan that we could do more if given more budget. With the new city hall and the airport upgrades with new buildings, I'm always looking for the opportunity to look at our other city-owned buildings for equipment upgrades, as like chillers, boilers, air handlers, things like that. We always have that opportunity out there. So if we have new Fire Station 2 is new. We still have Fire 3, 4, and 5 that are getting along in age as well. So those would be some areas that we could look at. Peaks Ice Arena is another one that's getting along in years, and we could look at some opportunities there as well. Of course, Provo Power is new, relatively new. Rec Center is relatively new. Public Works, we recently went through a major remodel down there, so a lot of that equipment is update and state of the art already. So, you know, there are some areas that would be nice to be able to look at some equipment upgrades if we had access to the funding to do that. Right now, I have no issues in the budget being underfunded or unfunded, so that is a no. And with my division currently, we didn't receive any supplemental requests last year, and we don't foresee any for this year as well. So I'll be glad to answer any questions about the new building and the maintenance costs or utilities, if any of you have any.
Any questions for Mr. Blackman? Okay, I just wanted to make one quick comment. I'm in my back of the napkin calculations. So we're increasing the square footage by 3 times, roughly.
Right.
And a little more than 3 times.
Yeah.
And the utility costs are only about 2 times. So that's how I'm measuring the efficiency benefits.
Yes, we are looking for some efficiency with the electrical. It is going to be a bit more, but with the elimination of the natural gas that we pay currently, that is in that initial number. So
yeah,
we're hoping to get much more efficiency out of the utilities, but I think we're going to have to look for maybe a year or year and a half with operations and really see where we fall. That number could be a bit high. I think.
Okay.
So
well,
hopefully.
and it's in perpetuity, so that's
Right.
another nice thing about it. Yeah.
That is true. So.
All right. Thank you. Oh, did you? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so if the building's opening up in May, do you already have the funding you need to make up those extra utilities and everything for 22?
John, I don't know if you want to address that.
Because I know we're looking at this for
Upcoming budget.
23, but you must need money for this year too.
So we're actually going to be moving in the building towards the end of June. And I think the way that it's designed right now is that the utilities that we're incurring right now during the construction period is part of the cost of the project, and that's budgeted for. And so I think it's going to fall pretty naturally to where when we start paying for it in July, it'll work out just about perfect.
Great.
Thank you so much. We're excited to move in.
Hello, Council. It's great to be before you again. I've been out for about a year. I'm Josh Ehrig. I'm the head of IT. And last year, I spent most of my time implementing Workday for the city. So I had some great staff step up for me, but it is good to be back in my seat and doing some great things on behalf of Provo. So today, we're going to be talking about some pretty in-depth things for IT. And we have a lot of needs and other things, but let's kind of start it off. Does this clicker work? Or good? Perfect. First off, there was a business continuity project this last year, and one of the things that I found very interesting as one of their findings is that the number one item on everyone's list and how they not only operate daily, but in the event of a disaster, how they would get back to normal operations is the technology that they use. I know this probably sounds normal because what does technology do for us? It's a force multiplier. So an investment in IT should result in a more efficient way of doing business. And now that they rely so heavily on technology, that it becomes the number one reason for us to make sure the technology is right for the size for the business and able to be recovered in the event of a disaster, or it's rightly sized for the operation as it exists. So I'm going to start off by answering the first question on my list, which was, did we receive supplemental money last year? And the answer for IT is no, but it'd be amiss to not recognize that there was a significant investment in the technology for the city by the new city hall. Now, I'm not going to spend a lot of time at the front of this presentation to talk about some of the things we get there, but I do have slides at the end that if there is time to go into it and you're interested, I'll happily go into some of the efficiencies that we get from an IT side. But answering the question, no, we did not receive supplemental money, but we did get a big investment in that building, and it's going to be great for our ability to operate better. One of the things the server room is actually above the floodplain now. That's a big positive. Would rather not swim. So are we funded or underfunded in an area? So for me to really give context to this, I want to kind of talk about what IT does for a second. There's a lot of work that goes behind the scenes, and to try to go into that, I could probably spend weeks. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go through quick and let you kind of direct if there's specific questions you want to ask. The first one that I'm going to hit, I'm going to delay you on a question because we're going to go into this in a lot more detail as we get up my partner in crime on cybersecurity side up here to talk to you a little bit about what this metric means. But we get 6.6 million security events per day. That's per day, 6.6 million security events. Now, what does that actually mean? A security event, when you log on to your network here for Provo to do your business, that is a security event. But we have to determine, is it actually you or is it a bad guy trying to get in as you? So password change, or it could be an actual attack or a phishing attempt. So within that number, there's a lot baked in. He's going to break it down for us, but that's the kind of load that security team and the IT team has to deal with on a daily basis, try to keep Provo protected and really hit that key pillar of safe and secure. Now, moving into the 7.5K resolved customer requests, I really want to highlight a couple of points there. That's a lot of work, but we did it this last year with some great successes. And part of the reason I'm bringing this up is the investment you give in IT. It does bring a lot of benefit back to the workers and the residents of Provo. And with that, we measure every year on quality, communications, timeliness, delivery, business skill, technical skill, courtesy, and value. And this last year, we achieved the highest score since measurement began when I started about 9 years ago. So a 4.9 out of a 4.0 scale. That's a high score. And our customers are getting the value out of that service, and they're recognizing that now. I think our service level is probably a little bit lower than they're doing, but they recognize some of the challenges we're under and what we're actually all trying to do. We've got a great workforce out there. And I want to go on record really quick here and say, in my 30 years in IT, I've never worked with a finer set of professionals in IT that are as committed to their job and the skill that they bring to the table every day. They're an amazing group, and I just want to applaud them for that. We have 132 unique services we deliver. So as an example, Workday, you're probably familiar with that, with the payroll and those systems. That's one of those services. Kayenta, it's another one that does all the utility billing, customer services, and our financials, and hopefully soon work management. So we have 132 of those unique systems and services that we provide. Now, why is that such a high number? Well, it's because we have a lot of organizations, and police is nothing like fire at a level. We have the medical side on the fire, police, we have Spillman and other systems that connect to there. Well, then compare that to the airport or to your library, other services. Each of those have unique systems that help them operate their businesses. So that's why you see a pretty high number there. We have endpoints managed there, 259 servers in service. Correlation, well, a lot of services take more than one server to actually operate. So I kind of give you that number. And last year, we were pleased to report that we completed 39 projects on behalf of Provo. Again, one of which was Workday that improves the operational capabilities of the city. So hopefully that gives a little bit of context as to what we're accomplishing, which will get you to this one here. Now, I know this is busy, but I know you guys like to see data occasionally, and I like to do comparisons to say, are we up in the night? Now, let me tell you what this is and what this is not. This is a comparison of Provo's IS department or division in comparison with other municipalities where I measured to say as closely compared as I can find. Not perfect. I'd love to have an external audit come in and do some tests against this to see, where it all hits. But some of the industry data is not made up. It comes from Deloitte and Touche and other areas. But right now, Provo, we're operating at 1.69% of revenue. In comparison to our peers, you can kind of see that on the screen there. Now, I'm not saying this is a good thing or a bad thing. All it says is, I'm going to use my little hands here for a second, wherever this is, good or bad, we're investing at this level. But I'm going to say the appetite of Provo for technology is up here. My team is delivering here. Okay, they're delivering above what they're funded for, and it's amazing. And we just have to decide where we want to really be in the future in these areas. Now, there's other ways to look at that data. You can look at it as an IT spending per employee or an IT spending per capita. And I just try to show this out here that In the event you decide as an administration, as a council, to invest in IT, you're not going wrong. That's why I gave you the prior slide. We're doing great with the money we have, and we are very thankful for it. But we also recognize the challenges you have as a council to decide what to fund and what not to fund. So my job here is to maybe educate you a little bit more today about some of the areas where we see a need in IT and areas that maybe you could invest, and hopefully not feel guilty that if you were to invest, that you're doing something way outside the norm within the area or the other cities that are out there. So now we get to the fun of all the requests. Now, I have more than this. I could talk for, again, weeks and weeks, but what I did is I want to make sure we give you the things that are the most important to us right now. So we're going to go into a little bit more detail on the top three. And I'm going to give a little bit of context to that because a lot of this revolves around cybersecurity. And when we talk about cybersecurity, and I used to live in a neighborhood when I was growing up, which was very, very safe. I didn't have to lock the front door. Didn't have to do it. I moved to another city where my neighbors had bars on their windows, and it was pretty scary. We got broken into several times, once in the house and several times in our car. And the level of security that's needed in those different neighborhoods is different, right? So when we talk about security, we also have to talk about, well, what's adequate levels of cybersecurity? What's levels of security in your systems? Well, there's no such thing as perfect security. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. And we can describe that by saying there's some neighborhoods in the world where you have to have front gates, machine gun nests, barbed wire, and everything else. But in contrast, it only took the US military less than a few minutes to get into Osama bin Laden's compound and take him out, despite all of his security precautions. So the first item on my list is the backup archive. We have to understand that, again, it's not a question of if, it's when we're attacked and what is our ability to recover. So we're asking for a backup archive. The average number of, well, let me hit it a different way. It takes 7 months to detect a cyber attack on average. That's the average I think I'm going to start with. And if you look at the data on the screen, Clearfield City, you probably heard about them in the news, but there's over 400 other cities and municipalities that have been attacked over this past year or two. We are a target as a city, not just from the attackers that are looking to lock your account and get money from us, but you have cyber actors in other areas. I'm going to leave that to my esteemed expert here in a minute to go into a little bit more detail. But for me on the operations side, my first number one goal is, can I recover when that event happens? And right now, things have changed enough that I'm nervous enough that I need to be before you today and say, this is a high priority for us to get done and we need to do it now. We have the backup capability to restore within a 3-month window. Well, if it takes us on average 7 months to detect in the industry, we can recover to a state where we're still compromised. That doesn't let me sleep at night. The average cost of a data breach reported by IBM, cost of data breach, was $4.24 million in order to recover. Is that our cost? Absolutely not. That's just a report, and there's a lot of much bigger organizations than us. I think the takeaway there is it's expensive to recover, and things you can do to prevent that is going to help. So the investment in $90,000 lets us recover so we don't have to pay a ransom, as one of the examples you probably hear in the news quite a bit. Okay. So next part of that, with the investment, we also get immutable storage. The attacks we see today are attacks that not only look to lock your data, but they go after your backups because they know if you can restore back to that point that they don't get the ransom. So if they can lock your backups too, well, they probably you'll get their ransom because you want to be able to operate and provide services to your residents. So being able to recover, that's why that one's number one. Number two is the Security Operations Center. Now, we did investments in a couple of years ago in a cybersecurity professional. We have a person sitting over here. He's in charge and he does amazing work with my team. They work very closely together to try to protect the cyber assets of the city. There's that number again, 6.6 million per day. One guy. Attacks don't happen just during business hours. They attack all night, every day, and they're even more frequent over weekends, especially with those with holidays, because the attackers know that's when you're vulnerable. For us to fully staff a security operations center would take us at least 5 people, and that's just not very realistic for an organization our size. So what this supplemental request does is it asks for us to fund an external group that specializes in this for our size organization. They staff it with trained security professionals and constantly updated tools, and at a cost that's far less than us investing in even just one more cybersecurity professional. This becomes the next step to help us identify those issues that are coming in and hopefully narrow down. So that 7 months before we detect, I'd like to know about that today rather than 7 months from now. So this is another critical one. And I have to say, over this last 5 days, we have seen a market increase in that 6.6 million number. I don't know we have the new numbers. It's quite a bit up right now. We are seeing a lot of attacks in the cyberspace right now, and I think you all know why. We have friends across the world. Some of them are attacking Russia right now in the cyberspace, and there are attacks that come back. And as a city operation, we have to defend against that. So I want to applaud our cybersecurity team, who I know worked tirelessly over these last few weekends as well, watching and making sure we're protected. But this helps them get some sleep at night. The last one I'm going to go into in some detail is restoring the part-time help desk. So during COVID, we thought that revenues were going to drop, and we all did our best to make sure we had the revenue to do critical operations. One of those areas was the IT area had a help desk reduction of a part-time resource. So we're asking for that to be restored back to us. Because what we've had to do is we've had to take senior IT resources and have them take care of that entry-level duty. And so for a fairly small investment, we actually can get some of our services back. So within the report that we provided, we do talk about metrics. One of those metrics that I just have to call false on is the number of tickets that we do. Because what happened is when they stopped having the ability to answer all calls, they did what was the right thing to do, was to serve our people that were working from remote or other areas. But what they stopped doing is logging some of the calls. Now, hindsight, not a great idea, but that one is kind of false. And this is one of those positions that helps make sure we're logging, we're making sure we're following up, we have tickets and resources applied to the people that actually need that help. So this is the third one, and this ties into a lot of areas. It's not as easily seen, but I'm going to read a statement from the letter, which kind of talks about from my team's world. And this is actually on page 2 of the annual report, and it's the third paragraph where my team would want me to read this to you. Your technology workers are committed, skilled, and at the top of their game, allowing them to still find ways to meet day-to-day operational and project priorities. However, they are having to work extended hours and take critical risks by skipping daily and weekly maintenance duties, resulting in risk factors that can affect the security, integrity, reliability, and cost of services Provo depends on. So we're working on a lot of projects, we're doing a lot of great things, but we're having to make sacrifices in those spaces, working extended hours, working on the weekends to try to protect and defend our cyber assets. And they're making decisions to not patch a system because we have to respond to another system that maybe needs to be patched more critically for all sorts of various reasons. So this in turn prevents the senior staff from working on those things and makes it just a little bit better, but it doesn't solve it. Because in those 132 services, this goes to page 15. On the 132 services, of these, 43.9% of them run in the red or black resourcing level, which is high to extreme risk. 14.4% operate in the yellow or medium risk, and 41.7% operate in the green to minimal risk. And I'm not saying operating in the red is a bad thing. There are some systems that the administration says that makes sense. Let's not operate there. But there are other systems that we really should probably consider adding some resources. And you'll see that in the supplementals, and the full write-up is in there for each of the other supplementals we're asking for. Okay. So now I'm going to turn you over to my esteemed cohort to talk a little about the cybersecurity and the breakdown. Tyler, come on up, sir. And then when he's done, and you guys maybe have a few questions for him, I'll take it back over and talk about some of the final questions that you had for us in response to, like, if you invest even more in us, what kind of things we could do. And I think there's some exciting stuff for us to show.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Tyler Dennis. I work directly for John Borgett in Administrative Services, and I work very closely with Josh and the IS group. As Josh has gone through pretty thoroughly, giving us a good background in cybersecurity, where we stand with IS. I would like to just introduce January 2022 from a cybersecurity operations perspective to you. This is going to give you a little bit of familiarity into Provo's environment and provide you the ability to make decisions to address our cybersecurity risk as a council. So when we look at this slide and we see that big number, 205.3 million security events, that's over the month of January. Whenever I see a big number, I say, what are you trying to sell me? So I'm going to define that for you. These security events, and Josh had talked to it, are any event that impacts that confidentiality, integrity, or availability of a system. So when we see, for example, a user that logs in from Utah and then logs in from Minnesota 2 minutes later, that's an anomaly. Both were successful logins. That login attempt by itself could be good. It could be bad. But it does take analysis on each of these events to determine the malicious or benign intent of what that event was. So that's a large number. We have tools that automate a lot of that process because a human can't do that by themselves. Even if you had 6 million humans doing that, we're not going to make it through the day and process those events. We were able to identify this number, and I'll point this out quickly. We're currently in a proof of concept with a externally managed SOC, which is a Security Operations Center. And that is one of the supplemental requests that Josh had asked for. And we were able to identify that many events and to correlate those events by the use of that external SOC. If we were not correlating all those events, we would be doing this manually, going through all of our systems to see the events. So a number of these tools that we use: firewalls, antivirus systems, employee education. Here at Provo, we need all of these systems to secure our environment. So from the automated tools, firewall, antivirus, and others, we get that 159.5 thousand threats. These were classified as potentially malicious, not just an event. Of those 159.5 thousand, we had 39,000 of those that were classified as critical or high severity. And that would be an attack that, if it were successful, could do damage to Provo. So we strive here to maintain a defense in depth approach, which means that we have multiple layers of security all the way through. That way we can detect an event at the outside, stop it. If it makes it through, we can stop it again as it's ingressing or egressing, so coming in or out of Provo's network. If we did not employ that same approach, we have 7,600 of those attacks that would have made it through, and we would have had no visibility into that. A majority of that 7,600 attacks were phishing emails. So we do employ filters on our email systems to help protect every single one of us from these emails that can cause a lot of damage. In 2021, phishing attacks were in the top 3 of initial vectors into an organization. You had compromised credentials and cloud misconfigurations as well in that top 3. We experience phishing attacks regularly, and many employees report them. We get these reports, and then through a combination of investigation in cybersecurity and with the help of IS, we're able to identify how many inboxes were affected per report and remove those from all inboxes throughout the city. In January, 15 employees reported these phishing emails. As of yesterday for February, we were at 28 reports of phishing emails. So although our security controls are in place, it's easy to see that attackers can compromise our city. And this would result in a data breach. As Josh had pointed out, that industry average is a $4.2 million number. If we invest and prioritize in our security controls, we can lower that number. Detecting the attack sooner and being able to recover would be key to making that number much lower. If we can go to the next slide. Perfect. So our cybersecurity plan for Provo, we're going to talk through the security strategy for the Information Systems Policy Group. And their strategy encompasses the security team, security program, education, and funding. As we've gone through these, I've applied a life cycle that is agile and is able to be used on a case-by-case basis, and that's on the right side of the screen. And that's to identify our risks, implement our controls, refine those controls, automate the controls, and then evaluate them again. And this is a cyclical life cycle, which allows us to identify and evaluate constantly what our position is. So over the last year, it's apparent on the security team side that to most effectively defend our cyber assets, an investment in personnel, security tools, and automation is required. And I strongly urge you to consider the innovative approach of using the external security operations center so that we're not allocating additional resource and manpower that is more expensive. But I urge you to consider that request. The security program is identified with assessment, prevention, detection, reaction, and recovery. And that is also a life cycle. And that's applied as an organization as a whole and also to each cyber asset. We request that supplemental request for a backup solution or backup archive to help in the recovery of the organization, as well as the cyber assets, and also the Security Operations Center. Both those requests will positively affect our security program. Education, as demonstrated earlier by our 15 reported phishing emails, or the 28 in February, our education efforts are working. We have seen employees stop cyber attacks. That's awesome. And we need to continue to do so. These cyber security employee training needs to occur regularly. We currently have a cybersecurity essentials training that's required. Every employee has to take that. It's a video with a quiz once every 3 years. They also receive phishing email assessments and training. And in the past year, departments have also requested additional in-person cybersecurity training. And over the last year, we've identified risks and inefficiencies in this last section for funding. And we're requesting funding now to support this cybersecurity program. I thank you for your time and your attention. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Yeah, we're a little bit over time, so we did start a little earlier, but we've got about maybe 3 more minutes, if that's okay.
I'll do the speed run then for the rest of it. So speed run, is there other areas? Well, every item that I read on there has some way of being enhanced by investment in IT. So I did a quick word study, and really data analytics really pops out to me. When you're talking about planning, development, and all those words just kind of pop out to me there. A lot of these have roots in having correct information in front of you and making those decisions. So again, fast, this will be your eye candy. Okay, I did a pilot project myself a couple of years ago with Gary McGinn and the community development team to expose the data out of CityView, which by the way, is also supplemental to get a staff that maybe can drive some of this forward. And we were able to present this in about 2.5 weeks to start making decisions and seeing what the data is. Now, these systems are actually live. If you clicked on Joaquin neighborhood, it'll show you what types of things are going on there. Problem is the data is not accurate yet. There's a lot of stories that the data needs to be able to show that needs to be identified as accurate. Even if you look at the complete days metric and you look at how we're getting way better at time. Well, a lot of those haven't finished yet. So it's pretty easy to say we're going faster, but the typical thing on that item might only take 2 weeks, but the item that's 3 years won't show up in the data set till 3 years later. So you have to have meaning to the data analytics, but putting this information in front of the decision makers can help you guys make such great decisions instead of having to go off of maybe 1 or 2 people reporting a problem and thinking that it's actually a much wider issue than maybe it is. So IT resources dedicated to things like this help arm people with better planning tools and resources. Mapping, I think you guys are very familiar with mapping. You guys have been doing a lot with our GIS team and the resources there. Again, IT being used to help advance every item on the action plan using good information resources. And then in the interest of time, again, that's one of the reasons I wrote you the full report. I encourage you to read it, go through it, and ask whatever questions you have. We're here to support you. And with the time that we only had a few minutes, I want to leave some time for questions. I'll assume we don't have a lot of time to go through this version of it, but man, we're getting a great dispatch center. The server room is going to support us without running all over the city. I mean, we have like 6 different locations that we have systems stored. To have an actual modern place to store that, and we're required to have one local. People say, well, why don't you just outsource it? Well, your 911 systems are supposed to be next to your dispatch center. So we have to have it. So let's use it for everything else. We're not paying double. So there's a lot of good stuff in here, and I'll happily spend more time a little later. An EOC. Right now we have card tables in a box we have to set up anytime there's a disaster. This is going to be amazing for IT and for the teams that have to respond to critical disasters within Provo. This is amazing. A voice communication system. I don't know if you've heard from your constituents that complain about busy signals when they're trying to call Provo during a disaster or something going on. Yeah, it's because our system was put in 1994-ish timeframe, and it only has so many PRIs. It's tied physically to this. So when you hit 93rd caller, you get busy signals. Our new system doesn't do that. And if we get a big snowstorm, we could actually bring people on and they can start taking calls from home on their devices with the new system, the communication tools we're going to have as we move into this new facility. It's going to be good. And then you guys already saw a picture of the server room, I think before, but this brings it all together. We're above the floodplain, and this is the brains of the city, and we're going to be moving it all into there, and we're really excited by that. So with that, I'll open up the floor for any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Councilor Whipple and then Councilor McKay.
So on the ransomware attacks, do we currently have insurance for that right now?
We do. Our cybersecurity insurance, I can't talk to the details. Maybe Don would like to come up but it would be, you want to talk to that?
We can get you the details, but it is good coverage, and it's something that we definitely feel like we need to have, and it's there, and we can get you the specifics on it if you need it.
And in order to keep that coverage, does the insurance company give us certain requirements in order to maintain that insurance? Are we meeting their minimum requirements now?
Currently, but we have to stay on track with some of the investments in technology to maintain that coverage.
So
last year, our move to MFA, multi-factor authentication within our world, was a new requirement, and we were already on track for that. Luckily, otherwise we might not have gotten that coverage. And this next year, we're going to start seeing more and more of these things starting to become requirements as they look at making sure we're following industry standards.
They are very thorough, and there's a whole number of things that we have to respond to and comply with.
So many of the critical things that you're asking for, not the help desk, but the first two are what we need to meet those industry standards for the insurance, or not yet, but will be?
It's going to depend on the insurance provider. I would be very surprised if that does not become an absolute requirement to maintain coverage going forward. I'd be surprised if it's not required.
The main reason for those two requests is just so that we can be better protected and just be better prepared if we do have an event and learn about it sooner.
Right. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, that was good. I had the same question, so I'm just going to do my other questions. And as far as the backup archive, will that be good for natural disaster too? Is it offsite? Or is it on?
Yes.
Okay.
Our current recovery is based on natural disaster. We are regionally separate with where our data exists, and a 3-month window allows us to recover from a natural disaster.
Okay. Yeah. 3 months is shocking that that's all that we
Correct.
have.
Correct.
My other question was, do you have anything to do with our electrical grid? And do you guys involved in the security of that at all?
No, that's
That's
done through
cool.
our
Okay.
energy.
My other question, the ransomware attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love 60 Minutes and they had a whole thing on that. It's fascinating. But I was surprised. They don't ask for a lot of money, right? It's usually like 70,000 or less that they ask for these ransomware attacks. But the bigger issue, I think, is what you lose in the meantime and recovery of the cost of that.
Correct. And in the case of us, of course, it's our ability to
backup.
respond for public safety.
Yeah.
Our emergency crews, ability to do business. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Mhm. And to answer on the cost, that might be the average on businesses, but the cost recover that they typically ask for the amount they think an organization can pay. And
Yes.
so cities are sometimes a lot higher on that list as far as what the ransom is actually initially asking for.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, we're going to have to move on, but thank you so much. I think this is a good conversation. Probably, I can tell there's a lot more to it, and we have a lot of information to draw upon, and I'm sure any of us can reach out and have that conversation with you. So thank you.
And we always offer to bring ourselves to a closed meeting to talk about the more in-depth cybersecurity aspects, but a lot of those details could only be shared in that form. But we'd be happy to do that if you would ever want us there. Have a great one, and thanks for your time.
I just want to thank you really quick. I loved your documents.
Oh, thank you.
All right, we'll move on to item number 4, which is a presentation regarding the fiscal year 2023 budget for police. Chief Fred Ross will present. We have 30 minutes for this item. Thanks.
Wow, I'm going to have to talk a lot faster than they did, didn't I? Aren't I? Council staff, thanks very much for the pleasure to be before you today. If I can just use the clicker, is that okay? We'll jump right into it. Obviously, a big reason why I came here and the whole backbone of Provo City and its policing model is community-oriented policing, and broken into 3 districts and 34 distinct neighborhoods, officers assigned to each and every one of those. Quick on just the organizational chart. We have 118 positions. 117 of those are funded. We got 3 from you last year. 1 was unfunded, which we still thank you very much for. Currently 28 non-sworn. We've got 1 in the academy, is due to graduate in, I believe, another 60 days. 1 that will be going into the academy in March. 2 that are currently on administrative leave, and then 2 that are on military leave. So you can see that number quickly dwindles. The new facility, I can't thank you and all the residents of Provo for this. This is going to be an absolute game changer, and the efficiencies it will increase for the police department will help us immensely. Just a few highlights. As you look back, we've changed this a little bit. The homeless camps and the homeless issues, they've declined. And I think a lot of that has to do with the way in which we treat these individuals with dignity. As I said early on, I think, George, when you guys vetted me upstairs, they're residents of our community, and they need to have their dignity intact. And so you can see we've taken a different approach. Myself and the whole command staff went and served breakfast or lunch last week over at the Food and Care, and the response that we got from those individuals was absolutely amazing. They were very appreciative, very shocked and surprised that we would be there in a caring and serving manner. As you know, Provo is the home of special events. We love it, and I look forward to not having much of a summer, but essentially 132 generally, but we'll see what happens. The market for special events has changed drastically because of COVID, but that is a big draw, particularly the big one, which I'm looking forward to. It's been 6 years since I've had to work the July holidays, and now I'm back into it. I'm looking forward to it. So let's talk about the top 5 crimes per 1,000 people in Provo. Bike theft, as you see, is down in 2021. Burglary is down. Criminal mischief is down. Vehicle burglary is down, and also vehicle theft. And of course, that falls aligns with objectives 153, the low crime rates. And we'll get into the next one. Provo does have, and I think a lot of it is, our student population. We have a lot of victims of car prowls, petty theft, and those types of things, which we've got some pretty creative ideas on how to combat that, and working hand in hand in partnership with BYU. The PERF, the Police Executive Research Forum, back in 2012, they did a study, and I won't get into a whole lot of details of that, but we were tapped out back in 2012, and back then they said we needed 120 police officers. We just reached out to them recently to see what the cost of a new study would be, $90,000 to $100,000. We'll scratch that. I think we all smart enough to be able to do the same equations that they used when we get to that point. Maintain the Provo General Plan, maintain number of officers per 1,000 residents, equitable with the national standard. And the national standard for officers of a city the size of 117,000, if you do the math, is 1.59 officers. The Utah average is 1.22. Currently, Provo City, the average number of officers is 1.1. To achieve the Utah average, we'd need to employ 142 officers. And the national average would be 159. This last little line there, highlight, is 120. When you see this, don't wait to the last slide and think I'm going to ask you for 30 new officers. That's not the objective here, but it's just kind of giving you a perspective of where we're going. If you look at our neighbors and similar sized cities and the officers per 1,000 residents, West Valley leads that at 1.6, Orem's at 1.1 along with us. And then you can see that coincides with the 2019 census estimates. Officers in the surrounding, again, Orem is at 99, we're at 118. And you go all the way up to West Valley at 216. Not that we're saying we're a West Valley or we need 216 officers, but we're just trying to compare likable cities, particularly by population. Our 911 calls have skyrocketed. And as you can see, we're up to, those are police only, that doesn't include the fire, significantly since 2013. And I'm gonna, the last piece down there, prior to one calls, dispatch have an average response time of 1 minute and 48 seconds from time of dispatch to time of arrival. We work off of Spillman, which is our CAD and our RMS system. I'm not 100%. I'm not gonna tell you that is 100% accurate, but I think it's very, very close. The system is good, but I don't know that it's that good. We'll take the comparison of Salt Lake City. Their average 911 priority one response is over 10 minutes. And they just came out with a big press conference because they dropped it by like 1/100 of a second or 1 second, I think. So we're doing very, very good in that regard. Part one crimes, right? We all went through and we know what happened in the summer of 2020, moving into 2021. And those crimes, part one crimes, increased drastically across the country. We're in pretty good shape, right? When you look at those from 20 to 2021, we're in really good shape. And those are the ones that are really impactful. The smaller larcenies, car prowls, car thefts and stuff, those are impactful as well. But these part one crimes are significant. And if you look across the country, post 2020, with the whole defund police and the reduction of officers in departments, it's increased significantly. So very, very proud of those numbers. And I can't take much credit, but the great credit of those that have been here long before I have. You all know about the Gardner study and the projected growth. Provo City is absolutely magnificent, but we clearly need to make sure that public safety is an integral piece of our growth and development. And going back to one of my favorite adages, crime prevention through economic development and economic development through crime prevention. If Center Street is safe and they're seeing officers, if our neighborhoods are seeing more officers, we have the time to get out of our car, talk to the youth, throw the football with them, do those types of things. It's going to increase the opportunity and the trust level, so they're going to call us. So again, if we just kept it at the 1-1, in another 2 years, we're going to be looking at 21 officers. The hardest part about this is, where do you get these officers? Yes, it's very, very difficult. We've got 2 we're testing on Saturday. We've got 44 officers that are scheduled to take the PT test and the written test. After that, I would say if we have 35% of those candidates left, we will be amazed. And then that's before a background investigation. Jump forward here. Officer injuries, we're doing a good job. Considering 19 and 20 were pretty decent in 2021. We're doing very well as well. I think we're working smarter than we have before. Not that we weren't, but we're waiting to respond to calls until we have 2 cars instead of responding with just 1 car. This is what somebody said, like something that keeps them up at night on the weekends. This is what gives me a pit in my stomach every Thursday night when we currently do not have enough leadership, if you will, not management, but leadership on our patrol shifts. Patrol is the backbone of the police department. They're the ones that our community sees first and foremost. We're putting out a lot of shifts right now where we don't have a sergeant, we don't even have a lieutenant. So we have 3 patrol lieutenants, and we have a day shift, an afternoon, and a graveyard. And the day shift works Tuesday through Friday. The afternoon and graveyard work Monday through Thursday. Busy time, right? The weekends. And more often than not, they're the ones that are receiving the phone calls from a sergeant. A phone call doesn't work in this profession. That phone call is 10, 15, 20 minutes before that lieutenant can respond. They could give them some suggestions and stuff, but when it goes down, it's going down. And that senior leadership is extremely important. And often we're putting out, we do have our senior officers that we're, and our master officers, which help out, but there's nothing more important than having a watch commander, as I refer to them, or a lieutenant on shift. Essentially, they act in my stead when I'm not here. And then you've got two sergeants. That would be ideal for a department this size to supervise the officers on the street. So enough on that one. Some important needs that are unfunded or underfunded or unfunded. And please, there's 9 items on here, but let me get through them as quick as I can, and then we can talk about them. The airport's coming along, and we've had a lot of conversations about this. And I know it's going to be an evolution. But in order to do this right, I really think at the very least, we need a sergeant's position that can lead out, start working with TSA, the FAA, get us right where we need to be, and then to have an officer as well. With that in mind, just knowing the operational needs that I'm being told at this time, and I don't know, what that will be with the potential of another airline or anything. That is not covering much at all. And so in 2018, the last number I could find, we paid $40,000 in overtime and officers going out there in 3-hour shifts. So
I really think that's very, very important. The next one is the uniform and equipment budget, and I'll get to the exact number. For the last 30 years, Provo City Police Department has been working off a quartermaster system, which essentially means we have a big room downstairs that houses all these shirts and pants and boots and all these things that the officers need. It's in ill repair, it gets torn, or it simply is exhausted its life cycle. They submit a request to their supervisor, then it goes up and then they get a voucher to go in here and get it. I've got a list of items that we have in there, and I asked to get the dollar amount, but I'm venturing to guess that we're carrying $50,000 to $75,000, probably closer to $75,000 worth of equipment and uniforms and things down there. What I would like to move to is the officers getting a uniform allowance every year, and they're responsible for taking care of that. That doesn't mean they get to go buy their favorite pair of Oakley sunglasses or anything like that. It's very direct in what they can purchase. The other part of that is we need to get back and have a more professional uniform. We went to the outer vest, which is great. That's the new standard in policing. It saves us a lot of back issues and such, but we're wearing different pants. We're wearing different shirts. And again, I'm not trying to downplay what's happened in the past, but I think the more uniform and the more professional that we look, the better presence we're going to have when we interact with the community. Computer replacements, we have a computer replacement budget, but unfortunately, that only takes care of the internal stuff. It doesn't cover the tablets and stuff that go into the cars. We have to find that money someplace else. The next one is a public engagement with myself. Coming out of 2020, we all know what happened. 2021, we had a big COVID issue and everybody stayed inside. Right now is the most opportune time for myself and other leaders within the police department to get out into the community, meet with the community, the students at BYU, everywhere within our community, re-engage, reestablish, re-strengthen all of those relationships. We don't need to go through 2020 again, but it's going to take time, and it's going to take effort and a few dollars. Community engagement with community policing, I'll cover all of those. Pole cam to convert cameras that we can install just about anywhere. We just had an incident in the city. I won't get into details, but we had to borrow one from somebody. And this wasn't necessarily a police issue, but it was an impact on our city, and we needed to surveil that. The other one is a CID MVAC, which is a DNA vacuum to make it simplistic. That'll make or break a case. And unfortunately, we don't have our own. We continue to have to borrow from other agencies to use their equipment, and we would like that. The other one, the last one, just these are crumbs. The business mills is, we haven't had the opportunity, but this new facility, we're trying to solidify a partnership with a large training agency, the Dolan Group, who trains. I had them, we were the regional training partner at UTA for the Salt Lake Valley. We would like to bring them here. And so we can bring everybody from Utah County and the next three down, and even out of Salt Lake County, to come to Provo to receive that training. The benefit by us hosting that training is then we get those free seats. So, and the last one is honor guard uniforms. Catrice and Rochelle and George, and fire. You saw our honor guard at your swearing in. The uniforms that they're wearing were last purchased in 2003, 2004. If they're anything like me, they're not even close to fitting. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but you can kind of see the importance of having starting out with the airport with a sergeant and an officer. I originally thought we could get by with just a sergeant, but looking at some of the demands, some of the things that we don't think about is evidence. Right? There's going to be evidence that's collected on a regular basis. how do we maintain that from the airport, getting it back to either this, well, hopefully the new building. Then do we have to call a patrol car? No, we don't want to call a patrol car because that's taking another officer off the streets in the neighborhoods. So we're looking at procuring evidence lockers there and then having somebody from our evidence, a civilian custodian, to pick that up on a daily or 2 or 3 times a week, depending on the magnitude of that. So you can see the starting salary and benefits. Though the piece that we really need to throw in there is the vehicle and the equipment for them as well. Now, a sergeant's position is going to come from within. It'll be a promotion, right? So that number is going to come lower because that's going to be replaced by a new officer as far as wages and stuff. But when you look at the totality, that's where we're at. So just kind of looking back, why I want to move away, I think it makes good business sense that we work with our uniform vendor, and the officers are in charge of procuring their own equipment. They know how they want their pants to fit. They know how, now they get them, then they have to take them to a tailor, get them tailored if they need them hemmed and such, or taken in the shirts. That can be all done in one-stop shop. So this just kind of gives you a background. In 2021, we were allotted 80,000. In 2022, 80,000. We used 246 in 2021. And that's when we went to the outer vest carriers, which has made a big difference for the officers. And then in 2022, that was all for the new portable radios, for the new radio system. Computer replacement, as you can see there, the 2022 cost for computer replacement and new tablets was $75,600. So we're looking at just about $3,200, $3,150 for a tablet for the car, which we're having to pull from other areas. Public engagement with myself. Tomorrow night I'll be in your chambers. Open myself up to anybody and everybody that wants to beat me up or whatever they would like to do. But it's important that I make myself and the department accessible to our citizens. So we've got the Chalk Talk, the other holiday events, the other monthly community engagements. I've tasked every lieutenant and captain within the department to come up with their own specific community engagement activity, whatever that they decide that is. And not just me saying this is what we're doing. I want them to start stretching themselves and coming up with those. Mine is an ongoing, with the exception of July and December, because they're very busy. We'll be serving lunch at the Food and Care, and then one other is the Coffee with a Cop. That's just a smitten of the things that I'll be involved with. I call them walkabouts. I try to get out as regularly as I can and meet the businesses and so forth. It's been very fruitful. Community engagement with the community policing office. The things that they do, their weekly COP meeting, they meet with all the service providers. They put on the Citizens Academy, which Catrice, you had the opportunity to attend, the Citizen Advisory Board. We try to get all key city people to go through so they have an understanding of how the police department operates as well. National Night Out, it's a big event. I think it's the first Tuesday in August every year. Our social media holiday events, our 6th grade police Olympics, which we invite you all to attend and compete in. Isaac, I expect you to win the high jump. It's a great event. Cops and Bobbers, we're just starting to put that together where it's our opportunity to go out and with 4th and 5th graders, and I think 6th graders, to go out and teach them how to fish. And it's a great, and we may even try to go a fall Cops and Bobbers as well. So we're engaging with them even more. Cops and Brats, Red Ribbon Week, and their additional community engagement activities. A lot of those just happen at the spur of a moment. Here's just a picture, very cost effective. And, you know, we put this in our budget simply because we know how to operate it, how to install it. But this is for all city use, no matter what the issue is. If we need it, then we will deploy it wherever that's needed. And as you can see there, that very fancy vacuum, it's not quite like the Dyson that I break on a regular weekend basis, but it's very, very important for us as we continue to grow as a community that we have the correct tools to solve crimes. And DNA technology has increased immensely since I was a rookie cop. The business mills, again, going back to the training and such that we plan to hold here. You know, nice to be able to give them a bottle of juice and a muffin when they come in to train with us. And the honor guard, as you can see, very, very important part of the police department. The fire department participates as well, but they really represent us well. And as I said, those uniforms are very aged. They don't get used a whole lot, thank goodness, knock on wood, but they need to be sharp and professional at all times. So there's kind of a conclusion. I'll just go through the breakdown. The lion's share of this, the total is 533, but the lion's share, if you look at it, is the airport. Is some of the city staff has heard me say, we really have one opportunity to do this right. And we've looked at other options. But in my professional opinion, I believe having Provo police officers at the airport, more than standing off to the side, they're the ambassadors as people come into our city. People are going to ask questions, right? There's nobody better, even the firemen, right? Where do you ask the best place to go eat? The cops. We all know the best place to eat. The fire guys, they just cook. We just, right? They get the benefit. We just got to find the best fast food place or the best sit down. And so there's a lot more to them than just the security aspect as well. They are our true ambassadors. And if you look at a lot of the municipal airports, right, they've always got somebody on duty. They're on a raised podium, and their presence is known. So operations, as we went through there, the uniform, that would be a 50,000 increase from where we're at. However, I don't come asking for things without looking at efficiencies. Essentially, by moving to the officers having the uniform allowance, that would necessitate the need for one quartermaster position. Now, that's not that we're going to get rid of that, but we could reallocate it and potentially combine that with somebody else through attrition. So that the cost of that one with benefits and everything is going to be about $100,000. So the honor guard, I think I've touched on that. The computer replacement, the cost there, the public engagement. It's very much like community-oriented policing, right? Very difficult to quantify the effects of that. You just never know, right? You don't know if that ball game you played with Johnny at the schoolyard on your lunch break, if that is what turned it for him. An officer who just recently left this department to go to another department, unfortunately for more money, having a conversation for him. He got into law enforcement because of the interaction he had with his school resource officer, who I knew. He attended school in Salt Lake City while I was a resource officer. And that was why he got into the profession. And those are the connections that we need to have, because it's a profession that not many people are running to get into anymore. When I tested, as you probably heard many people say, I tested with 1,200 people for 20 positions. And I think I was 19. Again, public engagement, very, very important for us. The pole cameras, those are certainly a city asset, but that we would maintain. And then the DNA collector. Only being here 90 days, one of the things that's very, very important to me is looking throughout the department and looking for efficiencies. And a lot of that just takes courageous leadership to make changes, right? Because things have been done for a long, long time, such as that quartermaster that we've been operating for 30 years. I don't know a whole lot of business models that stay the same for 30 years. And I could be wrong, but fortunately or unfortunately, through two different departments, I've had the opportunity to go through this process. And I think this is the right way to go. And looking at these efficiencies, our scheduling, as we talked about the leadership coverage, I'm still analyzing, but we can increase some efficiencies and get more FTEs out on the street. Poor Nisha back here, y'all know her. She's recovering from knee surgery, but I needed another sergeant in patrol. So we forewent the PIO off Sergeant Dupay, and we're using her in a light duty capacity while we can, because we need that in patrol. That's very important. The other is really analyzing the roles and responsibilities of some of our civilian staff and some of the other staff, even sworn staff, and combining their responsibilities. Some of the other pieces that we're looking at is I've been talking with the mayor in some of our data usages and such. We're not using AVL, which is an automatic vehicle locator, and I think Chief Miguel is aware of that, and Heidi's here. But we're essentially with that AVL, we've had a lot of problems with our data connectivity and such, and so it doesn't work with Spillman. So if you look up on their screen, it'll show where every car is within the city. So if I get a bank robbery, at A, B, and C bank, they can look there and know exactly which car is closest, instead of getting on the air and wasting valuable seconds asking who's the closest car there. The other piece to that is officer safety. So looking at some of these, there's substantial efficiency savings and monetary savings.
Chief, I want to make sure we have time for at least a couple of questions, and we're also out of time, so we're crunching here. Sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to make you aware. Yeah,
no worries. But
okay.
Just know that I don't take it lightly. I know money for everybody is always tight, and I don't come asking for anything without looking at ways to be more efficient and more cost effective in other areas.
Okay, thank you so much.
You bet.
We can make time for a couple of quick questions if there are some. Councilor Whipple.
On your uniform equipment allowance, it looked like for the last 2 years, it was far in excess of the amount budgeted, but the increase that you're asking for is also much less than what was actually spent in the last 2 years. Were those one-time upgrades
Yes.
that we don't have to worry about?
Yes, that was the one. If I can go back here real quick. The one, there we go. The
Yep.
one was for the external vest. And if I can point out, Officer Bruff, that's the vest that he's wearing instead of the undershirt vest. It helps with the load bearing for them. So that was the one-time cost that went that up. And then we did the new portable radio upgrade in 2022. So that was, yes.
Okay, so we don't have to worry about rapidly exceeding that amount. Okay, great. The other question I had is on your police only 911 calls. It showed that those calls have increased like 3 times since 2013. Do you expect a similar increase going into the future, or is that rate? What do you think is going on there?
Technology has a lot to do with it. And right, a lot of people, you look at 2021, I'd have to go back to get the exact numbers, but there's a lot of pieces and parts that play into that. But you just look at the growth and calls for service as well. People
So,
are a lot more apt to call 911 for a rapid response, right? And not that those are all captured in there, but people will call 911 for non-emergencies as well. That's not necessarily captured in there.
okay. But with those additional calls, does that, I assume, put more strain on your resources? And
There is no question at all. And that's kind of why I hit on those. I would rather have a police department that's not running from call to call to call, because that means we're completely reactive. We need to be far more proactive, particularly in a community like Provo, right? You want to see us on the river trail. You want to see us on Center Street. You want to see us in the neighborhoods, and not just, when we're having to bust it to get to a hot domestic call or something like that. We need to be able to get out of our cars, and we need to walk these neighborhoods. As George and I talked last week, I would love to have the opportunity for us to get out on a regular basis and walk in some of these other neighborhoods as well. So people get the view from behind a windshield is totally different than it is walking.
Councilor McKay.
I had a quick question about the camera. Is the camera something that you keep in one place, or is it something you're moving when you need it?
You deploy it anywhere, as long as there's a pole.
So I have a very quick question that's probably a very long answer, and I just want to plant it because we don't have the time to discuss it. But you said the one data point that you shared that really stuck out at me is 21 new officers would be needed by 2025 just to maintain the rate per thousand, assuming the population growth is, maybe it's less than what's projected, but even so, that's a huge number. And you're not proposing a very significant increase to eat into that at present.
No, I'm not.
So I'm just making sure I'm hearing you correctly, that you're saying we need a lot more than 2, but you're only asking for 2 at the present moment.
Yes. I'm coming into this 90 days, right? I've been here 90 days.
You just being nice and you're afraid to ask for too much?
Oh, no. I don't think it's fair to you or anybody else until I can identify every efficiency that we can identify within the police department, right? Before I say, yes, we are.
Well, I'd just underscore that from my experience on the council thus far, that means that we need to be thinking not just in terms of this budget cycle, but what the longer term picture looks like for you and of course for the whole city. But this is a major portion of our budget.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. And those 2 positions are very important, these others, but I really think that we can increase some efficiencies, and the goal and increasing those efficiencies, restructuring some of the way we do things can help get us some more FTEs into patrol. And that's not to say that investigations, that's a key piece. These other pieces, the SROs, the COP, they're all extremely important, but patrol is the heart of the police department. That's who you see every day.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Chief. We really need to move on, but this is an important presentation. Okay.
And I'll
all right.
Start carving those out later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to note that we have been joined by Travis Hoban, who I mentioned earlier has been traveling and is going to be sort of joining when he can. And Councillor Ellsworth also had to step away and is back. Both of them are on Zoom at this point. We'll turn over the time now for a presentation regarding the fiscal year 2023 budget from Fire with Chief Jim Miguel. We also have 30 minutes for this item.
Chair Handley, members of the council, grateful to be here today. I want to introduce 2 very important people in our organization. We have Deputy Chief Jeremy Hedman, who's one of the primary responsibilities he has is to do the spending of the budget and to maintain costs. And this is Heather Perkins. And Heather is the new communications manager for the Provo 911 Center. And she has been with Provo Emergency Communications for over 20 years and was appointed the manager of it about 6 months ago. And we're just delighted to have her and wanted to introduce them to you. All right. I want to, first of all, with our two new counselors and just give you a brief overview of the department. We have 85 FTEs. That is up one from last year. We, if you'll remember, we came to you not long ago asking for a community reduction, a risk reduction specialist to be funded out of revenues that come in for the fire department. So we have 81 sworn positions and 4 support positions. We have 5 fire stations. 4 of those fire stations, not the one on this property, but the other 4 have a piece of fire apparatus, a fire engine or a fire truck, and an ambulance. This station down here, the one that we're going to be talking about rebuilding, is just currently staffed with an ambulance, but the master plan calls for ultimately, with the amount of growth and density that's taking place downtown, it calls for the addition of a fire resource down here. We have at any given time, we have 19 firefighters on duty. That is 4 in each one of the fire stations, with the exception of the one down here, which is 2. And then we have a battalion chief that runs the city 24 hours a day. Last year had just shy of 12,000 calls for service. Our calls for service are not increasing the way that our 911 calls are coming in. Can't necessarily explain that sharp rise that you spoke with Chief Ross about, but it does have a lot to do with technology. It has a lot to do with the dependency on the system. Just over the last few years, people's willingness to call 911 for everything has really grown. We're responsible for training, for events, for public education programs, and special projects. We have several departments. Fire administration, that is basically myself and Chief Hedman, our training officer, and our administrative staff. We're responsible for the administrative duties of the department. We have our Fire Prevention Bureau, which is responsible for partnering with community development. If something's going to be built in the city, we have the opportunity to see it and to evaluate it for its fire safety. Our life safety, that is the current infrastructure. We're not only responsible for the new stuff, but we're responsible to make sure that the current infrastructure in the city is safe every day. We have fire investigation responsibilities. As of late, we have been, our fire investigation responsibilities have been hopping. We work with a detective from the police department. We've had tremendous support from police, and we've had probably 10 or 11 fire investigations in the last 3 weeks. We've got a couple people out there that are maybe disgruntled with something, and we just made an arrest on one of those. Public education and PIO, community risk reduction, those are all wrapped up in this new position. We all do the community education. We have several PIO, but then the community risk reduction, I think I can easily say, with the exception of everything else that we do every day, community risk reduction is our focus right now. It is going into our areas where wildfire and those kinds of problems can exist, and getting that cleaned up, getting people educated, and making this a more fire-wise community. And we continue to be very grateful for that new position. It was filled by firefighter paramedic Jeannie Atherton. She has been on our PIO staff, and she is just, no pun intended, she is on fire. She has been amazing. Emergency operations, these are the fire engines and the ambulances that you see, responsible for fire suppression, hazardous materials, all types of rescue. If you can get stuck in it, on top of it, get lost in it, or get hit by it, we are there to make sure that we can get you out of that situation and get you to help. And then we have a variety of service calls. We have from the jokes of animals that are trapped to water issues, where we're helping our residents to try to evacuate water out of their homes. Basically, if they call us, we will do our very, very best to help them with their situation. That is one of the things we love about being in the fire department. Emergency medical services. So a huge portion of our business is EMS. These are our ambulances. About 85% of our calls are emergency medical service related. We are fortunate, the residents of Provo, and I say this, and some have heard me say this many times, but coming from an agency or two agencies that did not provide transport services, did not have ambulances, having advanced life support services on every piece of fire apparatus that we have, and transport services is an incredible benefit to our community. We have, with our emergency medical services, you can't even imagine the amount of ongoing training that we have to get every one of our people a certain number of hours every year to recertify their paramedicine, and not to mention the new skills that are coming quickly, new equipment, those kinds of things. And then our state regulations. We are regulated very strongly by the state of Utah, from the quality of our ambulances to the type of care we provide to the equipment that we use. We have to be, we're accredited by the state of Utah every single year. The good news in this is that our revenue every year approaches about $2 million. We bill for probably about $3.7 million we billed for last year. Medicare and deductions and all of the things, and then non-payers, partial payers make up that amount. But everybody, if you have Medicare, you get a full bill, and then Medicare pays a portion of that, and a lot of our residents have that benefit. Emergency preparedness. This is Chris Blinzinger. You've probably met him. Community education, our community emergency response team, our mass notifications. Several years ago, we did away with our sirens, and be surprised at how many people are unhappy with that. But mass notifications, getting people's phones to buzz when something is, when they need to know something in their neighborhood or in the city. Citywide training, that's all of us. Every city employee needs to have some emergency preparedness training. Chris is responsible. You heard the comments about the Emergency Operations Center. We are so excited in this new building that we will, for the first time, possess a sole purpose. Not that it will be used for other things, but its primary purpose will be an emergency operations center. And that is so critical in a city of our size, and it will be in our building, and we couldn't be more excited about that. Chris's life for the last 2 years has been COVID-19. I know several of you have had the opportunity to come and see Chris, and we are all very grateful to Chris and to the staff for taking on that responsibility and doing such an incredible job with it. Provo Emergency Communications, our 911 system. This, up until 5 years ago, was in the police department, and a change was made, and it was moved into the fire department. We have had a very, very exciting time taking new looks and rebuilding the emergency communications division. As I introduced Heather, we have a new communications manager. We have 26 full-time positions in the Emergency Communications Center. We have continued to struggle to fill those positions, but because of leadership in the center, and because of increase in wage and benefits and all of the things that made us competitive, not to mention completely turning around our environment in there, we're pleased to say that we have every one of those positions filled. I should say that we have one person in background right now, but that is a testament to Heather and the leadership and the way that center has evolved. We do have some part-time employees. Oftentimes those are retirees that will come back and dispatch, or somebody that leaves and just wants to keep their hands in it. Again, no pun intended. So we do have room for part-time positions. It saves us money in overtime because they fill vacancies. We are moving. When they came from the police department, you can imagine after 20 or 30 years, a lot of their budget was commingled. And what we're trying to create for the dispatch center is a standalone budget, trying to create enough to pay for all of their costs, whether it be all of their software costs or their hardware costs, their overtime. And so we continue to work toward that. Some of that money is being moved out of the police department where it had been being paid for. Some of it we'll be asking for, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. And we're really trying to, their wages and benefits have all been cared for, but right sizing their support budget and their overtime is going to be critical to their ability to stand alone. Our goals. As you heard Chief Ross speak about the officers per thousand, that is not how it works in the fire service. How it works in the fire service is how many fire personnel can you put on one emergency in 6 minutes or less and in 10 minutes or less. And the National Fire Protection Association says that we will be able to put an effective response force on scene within 10 minutes. An effective response force is 15 firefighters and 1 command officer. The first unit will arrive 5 minutes from the end of the dispatch, not when it's called in, but when it's actually dispatched. All units will arrive in 9 minutes. Again, that's from after dispatch. The 10 minutes I speak of is from the time we receive the dispatch. The dispatchers have 1 minute to get that dispatched out. We have 1 minute to get on the road, and then it's drive time. So, so when we take our staffing in each station, we take the location of our stations, and we look at how we respond. All of those locations give us system reliability. If we are all on a fire over here, we have very little here. You notice I said there are 19 firefighters on duty, and a first alarm assignment, a working house fire, will get 16 of the 19, and we'll have just a few that will be left behind. If we have any kind of fire at all, we're going to dispatch that other unit. We're going to notify Orem and Springville. We have a great relationship with our surrounding agencies, and we're able to move to ebb and flow our resources. We'll send them ours, they'll send us theirs. But the demand continues to grow. The downtown demand is going to continue to grow. We are moving thousands of people into the downtown in the last 2 years, and in the next 2 or 3 years. It's almost unbelievable what we are accomplishing here in Provo with the growth downtown, and that's going to require additional resources in the downtown core. Keep in mind that if we have one of those ambulances or 2 of those ambulances out on emergency medical calls, now our numbers to respond are 15 for what requires 16. And so it's a constant shift of resources and a constant balance with our own resources, with other resources. And so I say this just as information only. The fire department, with the exception of that position that you granted us, that was the first new position in 22 years in the fire department. So we had the same exact staffing, the 84 people 22 years ago. So we have done an amazing job at working with the resources that we have, and we'll talk in a minute just about the upcoming ask. And it's not this year, but it's likely next year. And I talked about the mutual automatic aid. Emergency management. We've had several activations. We've had an earthquake in Magna. We've had several protests. We've had a pandemic. We've had public information coordination is his responsibility, or all of our responsibility. As you are aware, he took care of pandemic PPE for not only the fire department, but for all of the city, and the testing and coordinated vaccinations. He applies for and receives a $25,000 emergency management performance grant. And we have been using that for planning to prepare for our new EOC and to be ready to go when we are able to move into that building. We have a continuity of operations plan. That means if this city shakes, or if something happens where we have to leave this building or government is taken down, how do we keep providing the services we provide? And Chris is responsible, ultimately, our emergency manager is ultimately responsible for planning for that. Obviously, Mr. Parker and the mayor are responsible for carrying that out. But the continuity of operations plan is something that's critical to our success in an emergency. And then we have citywide EOC training. We stand up the EOC in a significant emergency. We're going to need to staff it with probably, for the first 48 hours, 20 to 25 people. And then that'll reduce depending on the emergency and how it's being handled. But it could be, we could have an emergency operations center open for months, depending on the incident. I asked that our fire department master plan be distributed to all of you, and I think you probably got that. I know that some have seen it. That was adopted last year. Talks about our staffing levels and our station additions and locations. Basically, that is the 10 or probably more like the 15-year roadmap for the fire department. I just wanted you to have that. It'll some of this will sound familiar. Facility replacement. When we were fortunate enough to get public support for the bond and for our new facilities, we were able to replace a dilapidated, and I say that with all the love in my heart, dilapidated fire station up north, and an amazing facility with a community room. And then downtown, we are going to build a fire station to replace the one that we're currently in. As the design started to take place, as costs started to rise, as the perfect storm hit, it was clear that we were going to be best off to move off of this property with our fire station. This is pretty premium property to be putting a fire station, and there are actually better locations. And we're looking at some locations that are further south and further west. And I'm grateful for the mayor, for her willingness to put CARES Act money away to purchase property for that. That's just a moving target, the purchase of property in the downtown. But she has set money aside for that, and we are working diligently. We're working diligently with the mayor's office in Terra to get that property. But that will require a fire station be built, and the funding for that is still in question. Actually, the funding for that station, we just got some numbers back from Lehigh. Lehigh's paying $435 a square foot for their fire station that they just had budgeted. So we're looking at somewhere between $4.5 and $5 million to build a fire station that would house the people that we need to house and to provide the services. The one thing about that is, and we've talked about ARPA funds, the one thing about this is the location where this fire station sits and the part of the community this fire station serves. I think they're going to be delighted, first of all, to have a fire station in that neighborhood. And so we think that the fire station and the services will be provided out of there to the piece of the community that it will serve, makes at least a reasonable look at for ARPA funds. Our fire station locations, there are some long-term plans in our plan, in the plan that we adopted, has to do with the building of Station 6 out by Provo High School, and also possibly the relocation of Station 4 out to the airport. The one thing that is important is I have no numbers for the airport. But I do know that it's going to have impact, and I didn't give you numbers because I don't know what that looks like. But every time a commercial aircraft either takes off from Provo or lands in Provo, there is a piece of fire apparatus, a crash fire rescue that has to be staffed according to the FAA. And so we know that there's going to be an impact. And when it's decided, when airlines apply and when it's decided what that will ultimately look at, we'll likely be back to talk about the staffing and what we will need in order to accomplish that. Right now, we accomplish some of that staffing with on-duty resources. If we have like days where we have 5 flights, we actually fill that with firefighter overtime. So that's how we're covering it now. But it might be depending on how successful we are. It may be that we have to look at another solution for that. But there are some recommendations long-term. If that airport is everything that we hope it will be, and growth continues to take place along the corridor out there, it will make a lot of sense. And the plan outlines moving a fire station that can serve both those needs. A one-stop shop for both the airport fire protection and the protection of Southwest Provo. A couple of successes. The pandemic response, we feel so good about that. We were able to help our community. We were able to maintain a healthy workforce, not just in the fire department, but in the city, and provide that testing well beyond our own resources. And so we feel like we're just coming to kind of an end. We're still offering tests for those that may need them, but we feel like that's winding down. We're doing a couple a week as opposed to 20 a day, which is really nice for all of us. And our Wildland Urban Interface program, we are off and running. We are so excited about that. We got a good start last year, and we're so excited. We think that is going to be something you're going to hear an awful lot about, both from us and from our community, about how excited they are about that. They're going to see a lot of Provo fire in those areas. And then the mental wellness initiative. Last year, the council, we asked for budget money to start a mental wellness initiative for the police and fire departments. We are almost a year into that. I will report to you that it is well beyond our expectations. We are so excited and so grateful. As a fire chief who sees my firefighters hurting, who sees family issues that arise, I now have a resource that I can lead them to, and I will forever be grateful for the fact that that exists. I can't tell you individual stories, but I promise you they would warm your heart. So our asks. So we have been for several years, we have been working our way up to a capital replacement program. I've taken the 7 most expensive things that we have, and fire department tools are expensive, taken the most expensive things that we have and calculated the replacement for those and tried to extrapolate that out into what we could do every year to add to that capital replacement plan. So when breathing apparatus at $750,000 goes out of date, which is coming in a few years, I don't have to come to you and ask you for $750,000. Funding will be there. And we have been receiving $45,000 a year, and we have replaced many of those items that I talk about. It has been a success. All of our medical equipment was replaced, but we had never funded it to the $107,000. And so I am asking for the difference between the 45 and the 107, only because we see some big costs on the horizon. Our breathing apparatus, they have an expiration date for our bottles. And they also, there's been an industry problem where our Honeywell breathing apparatus is no longer being supported by the manufacturer. Honeywell bought out another company. Honeywell got it. It wasn't what they hoped it would be, so they're phasing it out, which leaves us a little bit in the lurch. So we're working on that problem. Chief Hedman has actually been very engaged in that problem. And so we anticipate a cost coming up in a few years, and we're trying to get some money set aside for that. The 911 budget, the standalone budget, to make them completely whole would be about $93,000. They have never really had an overtime budget. It's either been kind of lumped into the police budget and now lumped into the fire department budget, and we've never really tracked it. So paramedics, much like police officers, are hard to hire. So we have been hiring firefighter EMTs, and we have been sending them to paramedic school. To send one to paramedic school is $8,000, and we would like to send 2 in the spring, 2 in the fall, to make sure that we can keep everybody certified in paramedicine. And so the cost of that is $32,000. And last but not least, it's just a to be determined. It's a look for me in August. to come and to have a conversation about what it's costing to protect the airport. And with that, I am very, very grateful, and I'll answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much, Chief. Any quick questions? Go ahead, Mr. Shipley.
So on the master plan, and I think we've talked about this before, but on like 225 through 228, it talks about the short-term, expectations for different things that the fire department could do in the next few years, few months. There's technology that I don't understand. There are 3 different references to different systems that we could do to be a little bit more efficient as a fire department. Any progress on those? Any plans for this year? I didn't see it in the budget request, so I just wonder if those are part of it.
So some of those are kind of happening. We have the automatic vehicle locators that we talked about. We have implemented a call or dispatch, not stacking. Help me out. Response plans. Thank you. Where we are able to build our response plans so that when we get deep, we've added Springville into the response plans. We've added Orem into the response plans. So when we no longer have to ask, hey, can we borrow a fire engine? We've already agreed up front. We've got an automatic aid agreement that says, yeah, if you need 1 fire engine, you can borrow it. If you need a 2nd fire engine, you need to ask, because I don't know, they don't have a lot to offer, nor do we. In a major fire. But so yes, some of those things are coming to fruition. We continue to work on those. What I've presented to you is our highest priorities. I mean, the things that I am sure that Chief Ross could have put together a list 3 times as long, and I could have too, but we all have the reality of the circumstance. So.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Councilor McKay.
I noticed one of the things you put in your report was that you don't have the manpower or that to do the inspection of fire safety in apartments. We're getting more and more apartments, high density, especially downtown. Is that something that we can push on to the apartments, that they have to be required to do that, pay for it, outsource it themselves? Is that something that we should be looking at? Is that something that's done in cities?
They do. They already are responsible for that. And we have, for the larger buildings, there are several levels of inspection program. One is the high risk stuff. We're inspecting that every year. We go out and do that. And then there's the middle risk, anything that's a heavy load occupancy, anything, we're actually in there inspecting that every year. One of the problems we have with our inspectors is just the amount of work there is in new construction. When you build a building like our city hall, we're spending, 100 hours in it by the time it's all done, maybe more than that. We're spending in it doing the checks on the systems and that kind of stuff. So we're a victim of the incredible uptick in construction right now, but we are trying to put that back. We're trying to give them the opportunity to do what we call self-inspections. But we have habitual problems that obviously we need to go out and we need to deal with. So we're trying to balance if we're going to be much better off when we're not building as much. But we're meeting the need, but not maybe as good as we could be if it wasn't so incredibly busy with new construction inspections. Not sure I just answered your question, but the answer is yes. We can put some of the responsibility on those buildings, and in the new buildings, a lot of them have building engineers, and we can put some of that responsibility on them.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Chief. You and Chief Ross really help us as a city and a community feel safe.
Thank you.
And we appreciate all of what you both do and all of the people who work with you. And would you please convey gratitude to Chris Blitzinger for his excellent service over the last many months. I know I personally have benefited from it a number of times. So
he's been happy to do it.
Okay.
And we're happy. Just looking for Chief Ross. I thought he was about to pick up. I thought he was about to pick a fight up here.
Yeah.
When we started talking about the fire. So I thought he's smarter than to give me the microphone last. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know we're going to take a break here, but I know Isaac Paxman wanted to say a few words about the budget, and then we'll go into our break.
This may not need to be said, but I thought we'd just put this out there. What you're hearing is not sort of the fully vetted by the administration proposed budget that we've gone through and said we have this many dollars, and we decided that Josh Ehrig can ask for 17,000 on this or whatever. You're basically in the shoes of the administration, hearing everyone put it forward. And as you've heard, they're not shooting for the moon. They're doing their own tailoring and adjusting. But just wanted to make sure everybody knew that, yeah, you're basically in the same shoes as us, and we'll all have to wrestle with where it goes now because they're all good asks.
Very helpful. Thank you. All right, we'll take a break. Let's try to get back here by 2:25 or so. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
I got a red one if you prefer, but that one will move the slides too. She has the file.
All right.
About this one.
You got some too?
Well, yeah, the mayor's office was locked. All right, we should probably get going here.
Recording in progress.
Welcome back, everybody, from our break. We'll head right into item number 6 on our agenda, which is a presentation regarding the water utility update. We have 45 minutes for this item, and Dave Decker, our Director of Public Works, will present. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanley. Thank you for the opportunity today to make this presentation. I need to start first acknowledging a number of people in the audience today. There's a number of staff members that are here. Gary Calder and his staff that oversees water and wastewater, and they've been very supportive in providing information for this presentation today. But I think more importantly, I need to acknowledge Jimmy McKnight. Really, as we put this together, and it's a huge amount of information, and I'm going to have to go very, very quickly through it, and I apologize again, but the amount of information that Jimmy has been able to consolidate and put into hopefully an understandable presentation really has taken quite a bit of time, and I appreciate his help, especially on this presentation. I think before we start, I wanted to talk a little bit about the reason that we're giving this presentation. This is not a traditional master plan on your water system. We're going to cover some water system basics, but really the presentation is aimed about why Provo City is pursuing certain actions with our water rights. And it's primarily aimed, frankly, beyond this room. And when I say that, it's mostly state officials and maybe more focused on state elected officials. You may know that the city has a lobbyist that has been pursuing some additional funding for Provo City relative to ASR and a water treatment plant. And again, I use that word carefully. Don't mix this up. This is not a wastewater treatment plant. This is a water treatment plant, culinary drinking water. And we've been surprised at some of the feedback that our lobbyists have been giving us, and surprised especially about some of the misunderstanding relative to groundwater and how it can be influential, not just for a drinking water source, but can impact other groundwater and even surface water sources. And you're going to see a variety of information here that comes and tries to tie the relationship between water and, surface water and groundwater better. And again, the presentation is largely aimed that you can answer questions to residents and your interaction with state officials. Hopefully this presentation can help give you some guidance relative to those actions with state officials. Let me start with some water system basics. So this is information mostly about Provo City's water system and would be normally contained in a water master plan. So we have about 20,000 water connections throughout the city. We have 11 storage tanks. Those 11 storage tanks make up about 42 million gallons worth of storage. And relative to water consumption, I think it's important to understand how much storage we have compared to how much demand the water system has. So during the summertime, we can exceed 50 million gallons per day demand on the water system. So look at that number carefully. If, and I use that word carefully, if the water tanks were completely full on some July day when the demand is very, very high on the water system, we have less than 1 day's worth of storage in the water system. And they generally don't start the day full. So we have less than 1 day in the summertime in the peak demands. Average demand's about 25 million gallons per day. So even in the average day, September, April timeframe, March timeframe, we have just a tad, about 1.5 days worth of storage within the water system. And then about 12 million gallons per day on probably in December. Couple of pictures of water tanks. We're certainly not going to show you every single water tank in the city, but this is an inside view. We actually have, this is the steel tank that was in the previous picture. This is an inside view of the steel tank. These two tanks that were on the previous picture, one of them was built in 1935 and the other one was built in 1965. And so I'm not going to do the math really quick for you, but they're old. And we've been saving to replace these two tanks. And I will mention this particular tank is going to be empty for a while here, and we're trying to arrange a tour through the council staff. We're going to throw this tank into the tour so that the council actually has an opportunity to get inside this tank. It's relatively easy to get into. Don't worry about it. It's not that bad, but I think it's important to see inside these tanks. A little bit more about water system storage. So prior to 2015, this is how the water zones within the city were broken out. A water zone, I think it's important to understand that a culinary water system is pressurized. So remember in the wastewater presentation a couple of weeks ago, we talked about that is not a pressurized system. It's open flow. Part of the pipe is empty all the time in wastewater. In culinary water, it's just the opposite. The pipes are always completely full. And that's part of the reason that it's pressurized. You'll also notice, and I'll go to the next picture, in 2015, we built 2 new tanks, one on Columbia Lane, the other one up near Slate Canyon Drive. And you'll see the water tanks in yellow and the yellow water zone that corresponds. They're not necessarily in the same area. And the reason being is we build tanks on elevated structures. In the Western United States, that's generally a mountainside. And so in Provo, we build the tanks up on the mountainside to create that pressure that we're talking about. And generally the tanks are built about 100, 120 feet above the highest point that they want to serve and about 200 feet above the lowest point that they want to serve. And so you have to create this water zone, and that's why we call it water zone. And you'll see those tanks are, again, they're uphill generally from the water zone that they serve. Somebody might ask, well, how do you transfer water from the lower water zones to the upper zones? We use pump stations. We have to manually pump the water from one zone to the next zone. And so they rely on electricity and pumps to move the sources of water. One of the sources of water that we use, we'll talk just briefly about water sources. We operate 16 wells. The wells are highlighted on this map. They're in the red color. And we'll come back and talk about right here, we'll talk about the capacity of those 16 wells. Those wells can produce about 32,000 gallons. That's if all of them are operating the exact same time. They're all functional. Another source of water that we have is spring boxes. Provo City has really good water rights that historically have been gathered over many, many years. And one of the water rights, or a group of water rights that Provo City has access to, is spring water in Provo Canyon. And we collect spring water, and Ryan York in the back. Ryan is one of the, his primary responsibility is many of the functions that we're talking about today. But they naturally gather water out of the springs in the canyon area, and they deliver it down a 36-inch pipe in Provo Canyon. It's underneath the highway, and it comes into Provo City and eventually develops or delivers the water that you can see in the lower part of this slide. So in really good water years, those springs can deliver up to 16,000 gallons a minute. Probably the average is closer to 10 to 12,000. And on low water years or drought years, that can drop to about 7,000 gallons per minute. So the water system in general looks a little bit like this. And you can see quite a bit of the line runs up in Provo Canyon. That's mostly just a collection system. And you can see the distribution lines that are around Provo, within Provo City. one other source of, well, before I go to the other source, one reminder, and I think many of the council members have seen these slides, these next two slides. So two of the wells, one of them is called the 88 well. This is located on 800 North and about 800 West, right next to the Provo River. And you can see along the top of the slide, and I apologize, I'm going to use the, excuse me, I'm going to use the pointer here, and I'm going to point to the slide that's in, I apologize again, behind the council, but along the top of the graph, you can see the years along the top of the graph. So this was drilled, this is a well that was drilled in 1986. And the blue line that fluctuates up and down is the static water level in that well. And wells we certainly anticipate that wells will go up and down, the static water level will go up and down. So in really good years, water years, the aquifer tends to recharge naturally from snow melt and precipitation in the foothills and the mountains. And that water eventually works its way down into the aquifer where we can draw it out. You can think of a well a lot like just a big straw with a pump down the straw, and we're just sucking water out of the aquifer. The concern about this static level, though, is the consultant has put what they call a best fit line on the static water level, and that's the red line that kind of cuts diagonally through this graph. And the static water level on this well is going down. You can see over the years, we've dropped about 20 feet, a little bit more than 20 feet. It's even more dramatic on this well, 5600 North. This is in the north end of the city at 5600 North, right next to the Provo River again. And you can see about 80 feet worth of decline in this well. And across the board and across Utah County, there's a number of studies that talk about the aquifer in Utah County, and across nearly every place you look in Utah County, the aquifer is on the decline, in some places as much as 100 feet or more. And this is a concern. Let me talk just a little bit, a couple more slides, and try to tie some of this together. So we're going to talk quite a bit. This is kind of a typical water cycle that you'll see in many education classes. Much of what we're going to talk about is in the lower left-hand corner, the groundwater and that interaction with surface water. And it's largely ignored. In fact, many of the education programs that we see today talk very, very little about groundwater and groundwater education. We'll come back and talk about that in a second. So let me, again, some basics, and this is where we're going to move a little bit out of the traditional master plan conversation with the council. And these two next slides, they're obvious, but I think it's important for the council to understand some basics about this. This is a graph or figure that comes out of a state of Utah report that was issued in 2005 by the Division of Natural Resources. And this is an attempt to summarize historical droughts in the state of Utah. And you can see along the top, there's years that date back into the early 1800s. And then you can see this average line right here, average precipitation. And the blue that's above that line indicates that the precipitation that year and the runoff, the corresponding runoff, is generally above the average. The tan lines that are below that average line show drought years. And you can see a couple of interesting things that are happening on this graph. So you can see this extended drought focused around the year 1890. It goes about 4, 5, 6, 7 years, something like that, and tails off about 1900. And then you can see another drought about 30 years later that starts in the year around the year 1929 and goes through the year about 1937. A lot is written in U.S. history. You're probably familiar with books that are written about this drought. Lots of people moving from the Midwestern United States, Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas area, moving out because of the dramatic drought conditions that happened in the Midwest. That's the time that drought was happening. You can see about 30 years later, there's another significant drought and focused around the year 1960. There's one break about 1962. But in a fairly extensive drought, and the intensity is not really shown on this this particular graph will show another graph that shows the intensity of that particular drought. About 30 years later, focused around about 1989, there's another extensive drought. We'll come back and talk about this one in just a second in the 70s. But around 1990, there's another extensive drought. There's a pretty significant pattern being built here. About every 30 years in the 1900s, we have an extensive drought. There's sometimes corresponding droughts next to them. But if you add 30 years to 1990, that equates to 2020. And, you know, the expectation of having extended drought about this period of time really should not surprise anybody based on these droughts. You are seeing corresponding droughts in the 70s and also, you know, something that's a little bit unusual in the 1990s. But let me show you the next graph that's even more interesting. This comes from a Weber River tree ring study. And tree ring studies are not quite as accurate, but obviously we don't have flow gauges that go back into the 14 and 1500s. And so tree ring studies are, especially if you combine multiple areas together and look at tree rings, it's one of the ways that drought prediction can be forecasted a little bit with some relatively good accuracy. You can see that some of the droughts that I've already talked about, 1930 to 1936, are highlighted right here. The 1960 that I mentioned right here, and the year 2000 to 2004, the previous study actually did not, in fact, this study does not go into the years beyond 2004. But you can see in this particular study, they ranked them according to the severity and the length of the droughts. And you can see in the 14 and the 1500s, and the 1600s, we actually had longer and more severe droughts than we're seeing today. So many, you know, the point that this study is actually identifying is we need to be prepared for droughts that are long lasting and severe. And you'll notice that in the 1800s, not very long ago, and there's, you know, some well-documented information about the droughts in the 1800s, you'll see that a pretty severe drought happened in 1820 to 1825. And it actually went quite some time, about 45 years without a drought, which is unusual. But then in 1870, you see this series of droughts that come right on top of each other. So one ends in 83, another one starts in 86, it ends in 89, and starts again in 92. Long periods of drought with very few interruptions. So the main point, the main takeaway that I want to make with these two slides is, again, droughts are going to happen, and we need to plan for long, extensive droughts. And the question really is, are we doing an adequate job for planning, water management planning? A little bit more information about water rights pertaining to Provo City. Provo City has about 32,000 acre feet of additional water on the Provo River. We also have water capability to store in surface in 2 reservoirs up Provo Canyon, one in Deer Creek, and through an agreement with the Metropolitan Water, the Provo Metropolitan Water Board, we have an agreement to buy water from them each year. Long story, and I'm not going to go into it, but the water district exists primarily for the benefit of Provo City and due to the construction of Deer Creek Reservoir. The Metropolitan Water District was created so that there was a mechanism for bonding for different cities, and that's the primary existence, the primary reason that the Metropolitan Board exists. And they have been very good to work with. They've been very gracious in providing that water to, making it available to Provo City each year. We also have, through an agreement in 1987 with Central Utah Water, we have the ability to store up to 10,000 acre feet of water in the Jordanelle Reservoir. The difference between this reservoir and Deer Creek, it's important to understand or think of the storage in Jordanelle as an empty box. It's available for us to put water there, but we have to figure out a mechanism of getting the water there. Central Utah Water does not provide the water, and so and that's one of the things that we're doing right now is actively pursuing means to get water into that storage. So when we talk about Jordan L storage, think of it as an empty box. So we have made some advancements, and by the way, that agreement's been in existence for about 35 years. Again, the date on that agreement was 1987. And really up until 2014, that box of water remained largely unused. In 2014, we started making some changes as far as our water rights. And today we have about 5,000 acre feet of actual water in that 10,000 acre foot storage box. So about half of it is filled right now. So that's an important thing to remember. The one other thing, as far as outside, another source of water, I guess, that we can get is that surface water that I'm explaining right now. That surface water, whether it's coming from Jordan L, the Provo River, or Deer Creek Reservoir, has to be treated. And that's one of the main reasons that we're looking at a treatment plant. Currently, we can use the treatment plant that Central Utah Water operates in Orem City, up on the Orem Bench. You probably know where that sits. But we have to pay them significantly for that water, and we do not have a long-term contract for them. We'll talk just briefly, and again, mostly because of time, I'm going to skip through some of the details on the Morris Decree, but sometimes this is referred to as the Provo River Decree. The date on this is 1921, and this is where Provo City received most of its water rights on the Provo River. We'll come back and talk a little bit of detail on the Morris Decree. This is one other chart that many of the council members have seen. This comes from a master plan that was done on the water system by Bone and Collins. And this is an attempt by the consultant to try to illustrate the water rights that the Provo City has available compared to consumption, current consumption. I apologize. So, and again, I apologize for pointing at this graph behind you. But the water rights are listed over here, and they're color coded on the right-hand side of this graph, and they're stacked up at actually opposite. So the springs that are on the top of this are on the bottom of this water right chart right here. And so you can see the different water rights are grouped together here. The primary groundwater is this large red water right that's in the middle. And then the corresponding lines on this, the solid blue line that goes through. Let me point out one other thing also on this before I talk about the consumption lines. So the years are listed along the bottom of this graph, and you'll notice that they start in the year 2000, they go over to 2060. And in 2000, the state issued a water conservation goal, a statewide water conservation goal of 25%. They asked cities, municipalities, and water districts to cut water use by 25%. The solid blue line shows if the city continued to use water at the 25% reduction based on population growth out to the year 2060, what that water consumption would look like. The use that's on the dash blue line that goes above the water rights, that's if we continued at the pace without the water conservation that was mandated by the state, the 25% reduction. The yellow line that jumps up and down is our actual water consumption put on top of this chart. And you can see we've only updated this through the year 2019. We have not updated it recently. But I will say that our water consumption is falling well below the 25% goal. You can see that on this chart. And Provo residents have been doing really an excellent job as far as water conservation. I will say also last year in 2021, we had one of the best water conservation years. We actually used about 400 million less gallons last year than we had over any of the previous years. It was our second lowest year of water consumption since the year 2000. And that is not adjusted for population growth. So when you realize the population difference between the year 2000 to 2020 or 2021, the water consumption is actually still declining in spite of the fact that the population is growing.
We have a question online from Councilor Ellsworth.
Please.
Hey there, sorry, I think you may have answered this before, but what is to credit for that reduction in water use last year?
Well, a couple of things, obviously, residents were asked to use less water. And even though there was not a specific mandate put in place, I think the message was given pretty clearly that, we were asking residents to use less water. And so I can't really attribute it to a single purpose or a single event that happened. But I think overall, we definitely saw a decline. And we've seen this in years past where we've experienced droughts. You can see this bounces up and down a little bit from year to year. But residents typically have responded quite well when we ask to, conserve water.
And tell me the number again. It was 200
It's about 400 million gallons that was conserved last year.
Okay, thanks.
So one of the things that this chart, one of the dangers, if I can put it that way, with this chart that I want to point out to the council and to residents and even to staff, we can kind of get complacent. There can be a little bit of a complacency developed with this graph and say, hey, we're doing just fine. Look how much water rights Provo City has. Look at the demand. Things look pretty good. The concern that we have, though, is the availability of those water rights. So the red area that I pointed out before, the groundwater, you can look up here on the side, and these consolidated well rights add up to about 23,000 acre feet of water. Right now, we pull about 15,000 acre feet of water out of the ground every single year. So we're actually using less water than what we have a right to. The concern, though, is on these two charts right here. If you look at the groundwater and you say, hey, what we're pulling out is actually less than the water rights than we have, and the water's already on the decline. If we started pulling out 22 or 23, we're only going to make matters worse on the groundwater situation. And so the concern becomes, it's a matter of, do we have paper rights versus the actual wet water? That's sometimes a term that you'll hear. You'll also hear, when we talk about aquifers, you'll hear the sustainable yield of an aquifer. And sustainability is a word that the council is using quite a bit. And we have a plan that, has to look at the sustainability. And so we're going to start to kind of talk a little bit about different aspects. And I'm going to skip this chart. The only point that I want to make, we're going to see this chart a couple of times. The only point that I want to make on this particular chart is the storage that I've pointed out. Deer Creek, again, we have about 8,000 acre feet, and it depends on how much we conserve each year. This year, we actually have about 12,000 acre feet. Because we conserved water last year, we actually did not use all of our water in Deer Creek. And so we can actually store it as long as the spring runoff does not push out that conserved water. But every single year, it's really, really important for you to understand, every single year, the holdover water, which is conserved, is subject to spring runoff. So one of the things that Ryan has to manage each year is, where do we put that conserved water from the previous year? This year, because of snowpack and lots of factors that we're looking at, we're probably not, and maybe I'm going to jinx, the nature here, but anyway, we're probably not at risk in losing that water. But many years we are. We're even though we do a great job, residents don't use it, it's not needed, we conserve it, it's pushed out by the spring runoff the following year, and it's lost and it is not replaced. Even though the reservoir fills up, we don't get that extra 4,000 acre feet that we conserved last year. It's back in a general pool of water that's allocated to all the water users. And so Provo City does not get that water back. And then the storage up in Jordanelle that I mentioned before. A couple of other water basics that I want to talk about. So this comes from a snowpack, and Ryan watches this relatively closely here, particularly this year. There's some averages, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but basically our existing snowpack this year, starting back in October, November timeframe, is in this dark black line right here. And it's based on this blue is the extreme levels that you see maybe in the 1980s, and compared to droughts that are along the bottom in this red area. And so you can see where snowpack this year has tapered off. And so mid-December, we had a lot of time, many days, several weeks, in fact, with no snow coming down. And you can see that line as that time goes along, that's that flat area right there on this chart. Snow comes in, we start building back up into kind of what an average snow year would look like. In fact, the average is actually right here on this green, and we actually go above the average for a short period of time in January, near the first of the year. But then again in January, we flatten out, no snow coming, and this is where we're at right here. Now, we have had some snow recently that's not shown on this graph. We probably bump back up a little bit on there. And then we have predictions, and you can see the predictions over here about where this is going to be. If we had a really, really wet year, from this date moving forward, this would be the best case scenario lined in this blue right here. Worst case, you can see right here, follows very closely to the most extreme droughts. But you can look even at a 50% for the rest of the water year, going into April and May timeframe, we're probably, at best case, we're probably an average year, and could be even below average. So these are some of the tools that we use as far as water and water forecasting for Provo City. Current reservoirs, and this is a couple of weeks old right now, so these numbers may change just a bit. Deer Creek Reservoir was reporting almost 80% full as of March 1st, that is today. Jordanelle was about 50% full. And the downside, a couple of things that you need to realize about those numbers, though. The Deer Creek number looks pretty good, but you have to realize that a lot of residents, a lot of water agencies, just like Provo City, were conserving water. Most of that water that's in Deer Creek right now is conserved water from last year, and it won't be allocated to every single water user. So as of the report that I received just recently, new water going into Deer Creek was at 11,000 acre feet. They generally allocate 100,000. So they have about 1/10 of the water that they generally allocate as of March 1st. So again, moving a little bit further beyond traditional water master plans. So we need to talk a little bit about water rights versus water management versus water conservation. And a lot of people put these into the same sentence, and they think, hey, when I say water rights, I'm talking about water management. And when we say water conservation, it's about water management. And that is not the case. And I think it's important to understand when we talk about water rights, it is very much a legal approach to water. And there's certain laws that are passed, and there's certain things that water agencies, including Provo City, can do with water based on water rights. But that does not necessarily constitute good water management. Water management can vary from water agency to water agency. A lot of people think that the state, and when we talk about the state engineer, that the state engineer's office is in the business of water management. They are not. They're actually in the business of water rights. They look at the legal aspects of water. They are not necessarily dictating water management. And again, that is largely left up to individual water agencies. And water conservation can constitute good water management, but doesn't necessarily mean those are not necessarily the same thing either. So let's talk a little bit about water management and water conservation and water rights. So one of the points that I need to make before we move too much further into this presentation is there is a distinction among water agencies, and oftentimes you see it in water law and water rights, that really can be divided into two categories, and it's groundwater versus surface water. And there is a clear distinction, and it's important for the council to understand. And this is where some of the confusion starts with state officials, and particularly elected officials. So you can see, I had Jimmy pull out part of state law. This comes right from state law. And you can see that one of the definitions up here, and I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about quantity impairment, but quantity impairment is a legal term that's used about water rights. And it basically says, I can't do something with my water right and do a change application through the state engineer's office if I'm going to reduce the amount of water that's been traditionally or historically available downstream. That's called quantity impairment. But you can see in this exact same section, the state law takes a pretty aggressive approach to put groundwater on a different playing field than surface water. And you can see they go to the point of right here, quantity impairment. When it comes to groundwater, it says it does not mean a decrease in the static water level of the underground basin or aquifer that results from that action taken from the change application, if the volume of the water necessary to satisfy an existing water right remains reasonably available. Well, there's a couple of assumptions in that definition right there that is important to understand. There's an assumption that nature is always going to give enough water to the ground. And number two is that if the groundwater right holder feels like that they are actually going to be impaired, the legal obligation to prove that there is not the same volume available is on the groundwater right holder. It's not on the surface water. So surface water definitely is treated at a different level by state law compared to surface water. Another word that you're going to see a lot, and again, we're getting some feedback from our lobbyists about water reuse. We're starting to make a lot of people at the state nervous when we talk about water reuse. And it's interesting because it's obvious that there's a lot of misunderstanding about what water reuse actually means. So let's talk about the history on the Provo River for just a second. And I'm going to have Jimmy hand out a 1915 Provo River Water Commissioner Report. Yes, 1915, more than 100 years old. And I'm going to take some excerpts out of this and show you in the slide presentation the understanding about the Provo River at the time. Now you have to remember in 1915 that no reservoirs were built on the, no surface water reservoirs were built on the Provo River. Deer Creek did not exist. Deer Creek Reservoir wasn't built until the 1930s, and Jordanelle wasn't built until the 1980s. So no reservoirs, no surface water reservoirs existed except a few at the very headwaters. But you'll notice in this report a couple of interesting findings that the River Commissioner noted. And you have to realize that he's talking about the entire Provo River. So I need to make a point right here because in 1915, when they talk about the Provo Valley, his comment about Provo Valley, it's important to know that that is not in Utah County. That is not here. Provo Valley at that time was known as Wasatch County. And so they actually had a different name for it. So when you read this statement with that understanding in mind, it means a whole, its meaning has changed significantly. So I'm going to just read this for the benefit of the listening public. It says, from this fact, and this is the River Commissioner quoted directly, from this fact, it can be seen that the lower portion of the Provo River depends largely upon the extent of irrigated acres and the amount of applied water in the Provo Valley, in other words, Wasatch County, and the Provo and Wasatch County is by past practice and can be in future by proper manipulation of the waters on the Provo River, the storage reservoir of the lower Provo and Utah Valley. In other words, they understood in 1915 that if they flood irrigated enough water in Wasatch County, it actually acted as a reservoir for Utah County below. And I'm going to go to this even further, okay? So part of this,
Mr. Decker, just keep in mind, I know we started a little late, but we've got about 10 more minutes.
I better hustle.
Okay.
Couple more things. So this report talks about the rock deposits in these valleys. And it says that these great deposits of rock waste were in large part laid by torrential streams and are relatively coarse and porous. And because they're porous, that allows the rains that fall and the runoff from the mountains and the irrigated water to sink into them. The next slide we're going to go to. So these valley deposits are great water conservers. I find that very interesting in 1915 that they use that word. And I think it's important that they understood exactly what was happening with these valleys. I'm going to skip a couple of slides here. I'm going to let you read that report because I find it very interesting in their understanding. So one of the things that I'm trying to illustrate here is they figured out in 1915 that if they over-irrigated in the Camas and the Francis Valley, they actually stored water there. And it moved, without them seeing it, it moved into the lower valleys in Wasatch County. And again, it flooded Wasatch County, filled the underground reservoir, and it flooded into Utah County. And not all of this water was visible to the eye. One of the things that he comments, I'm going to see if I can find it really quick. That underlined statement right there, without coming into view, all of this is what he's talking about is actually happening underneath our feet, and we don't know it. And so he was trying to illustrate this concept where water is stored, large volumes of water. In fact, this right here shows even the draft of the Wasatch County Water Conservation, estimated in Heber Valley alone, 1.5 million acre feet is stored underground in Wasatch County alone. Now, let me just put that in corresponding significance to how much surface water we have in Wasatch County. So two reservoirs, Jordanelle and Deer Creek, make up about 500,000. Underground, we can store 3 times as much as we see on the surface. 3 times. So a couple of significant things that have happened since reservoirs have been built in Wasatch County is we are changing how water is managed in Wasatch County. And so one of the impacts is groundwater. They no longer put ground as much water. They do not flood irrigate in Heber Valley. And you can actually see a slight decline over on the right-hand side right here. And even in wet years in 2011 and 2017 and 2019, we do not see the wells responding the way they used to when flood irrigation was happening. So it's important to note again, I apologize. The construction of the reservoirs actually had a couple of other impacts that interrupted the groundwater. So one of the things that was created shortly after Jordanelle, the Jordanelle Central Utah Water was forced to enter into what they call the Utah Lake Interim Distribution Plan. There's actually 3 documents. This is an excerpt from one of the documents, and it mandates a certain amount of storage happen in Utah Lake before they can store any water in either Deer Creek or Jordanelle Reservoir. And yet, in fact, you can see about 585,000 acre feet has to be available to Utah Lake before those 2 water reservoirs can store any water. The significance of these numbers is shown right here in this report. The distribution, the annual amount that usually goes into Utah Lake is about 726,000 acre feet. The distribution that comes out of Utah Lake only equates to about 346,000 acre feet. Where does the rest go? It evaporates into the air. More than half of the water that we put in Utah Lake evaporates into the air. So from a water, let me go back. One point that I'm trying to make right here that I skipped. The one thing that's important to understand, in 1915, you can see they used the water 6 times before it hit Utah Lake. From the headwaters of the Provo to the boundary where it crossed into Utah Lake, there were irrigation in each of those valleys. They also were able to drill wells in each of those valleys where private property owners and municipalities could get water out of. So each valley had 2 uses, 6 total before the water went into Utah Lake. Today, this is the corresponding graph, and understanding what we're doing. We no longer flood irrigate in Wasatch County. and it does not make it available for municipal use. So 2 of those uses is eliminated. We also are eliminating flood irrigation in Utah Valley. We eliminate another use. So today, if you look at this requirement to get water into Utah Lake and the corresponding uses, we've actually declined the amount of water that we use, the number of times that we use water, the same water over. So right now in the distribution plan, we only use water from the headwaters to Utah Lake 3 times instead of 6 times. That's significant. When you have a conversation about water conservation, then the number of times we use water is an important element. I'm going to skip ahead a couple of slides here so that we can talk a little bit about the harm that potentially happens. So again, surface water storage has actually reduced the number of times that we can reuse that actual water, and it actually harms the water conservation. It also impacts groundwater. I'm going to skip this slide. This is a study that comes from 2008, a USGS report that came, and it talks about groundwater and indicates that groundwater infiltration into Utah County, one of the primary sources is infiltration of unconsumed irrigation water from fields, lawns, and gardens. The discharge down here in the bottom paragraph, look at where the water is going, into Utah Lake. This is not by surface. This is underground. It goes into Utah Lake, the Jordan River, mountain streams, and Salt Lake Valley. So just like those other 3 valleys that we were talking about, Utah Valley actually has water that goes into Salt Lake County as well, underground. The discharges are significant. You can see here's the incoming water into Utah County underground. Here's the amount going out. And look, drains and springs around Utah Lake and discharge into Utah Lake. Almost 100,000 acre feet of water goes from the groundwater in Utah Valley into Utah Lake. And that's not on the surface. That's groundwater. One other report that I'm going to mention to you, this is in the early 1980s. It's a USGS report. It's titled 2232. This talks extensively about groundwater all along about the Wasatch County, or the Wasatch Front. In the upper 100 feet of the aquifer along the Wasatch Front, there is 8 million acre feet just in the upper 100 feet of the aquifer. And that equates to more water than the contents of Utah Lake and the Great Salt Lake combined. And right here, it talks about groundwater is a more dependable source. So they talk about why groundwater development is important and to keep in mind. So I'm going to skip a couple of these things right here. So this talks about water quality and some of the advantages. But it's important to note in this same report, they talk about subsurface flow to Utah Lake. Remember, this is subsurface. This is not what we see visible on the surface, and into the Jordan River. And this same report indicates this is not a small quantity. Almost 200,000 acre feet move from the groundwater into Utah Lake. This is also one of the things that we get pushback from the state elected officials. So we're seeing lots of comments about water reuse again, and you're seeing a lot of comments about the Great Salt Lake potentially drying up. Well, the misunderstanding that I'm disappointed in is, again, the understanding, the connection between groundwater and the Jordan River. Right here, the Jordan River receives most of its flow from underground water reservoirs in Utah and Salt Lake valleys. As shown in figure 28, inflow to the Jordan River accounts for nearly 1/2 of the annual discharge from the Salt Lake Valley groundwater systems. The point that I'm trying to make is, if we're worried about Utah Lake and we're worried about the Great Salt Lake drying up, we should be paying attention to the groundwater. Half the water is coming from groundwater. And if we had a healthy groundwater system, we probably wouldn't have the same problem going on with the lakes. And so the main point that I'm trying to make here is that Provo City is trying to, in fact, I'm going to move right to the end of the presentation. Well, I apologize. I'm 2 minutes past, but I have to make this point.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
One of the things that surface water does, a lot of people think, hey, we've got all this surface water storage in Provo Canyon, but relatively speaking, it is a very small amount. And you can see in this report, they actually point out the disadvantage of surface water. Storage capacities are relatively small. So I'm going to skip right to the conjunctive management report. Again, I referenced this from the Division of Natural Resources, 2005. They actually encourage aquifer storage and recovery. They indicate in Utah it's not used very often, and yet we're behind in what we're doing. And yet this report's 20 years old, and really Utah is mostly still what I'll call dabbling in ASR. We really do not have significant ASR projects anywhere along the Wasatch Front, and particularly in Utah County or Salt Lake County. So let me review really quickly the reason that I'm saying this, and it's important. If you review the last 5 years, remember in 2017 and 2019, we had great water years in the middle of a drought that's the main focus. But in 2017, we had flooding on Provo River. I'll remind you, in 2019, we had a couple of deaths on the Provo River because of the flooding on the river. We had significant amounts of extra water. The question that really needs to be asked of state officials and water management policies, and I use that word carefully, water management, where did all the extra water go? We had great water. We put it into Utah Lake. And in 2019, everybody was patting themselves on the back thinking we've got all this extra water. 2 years later, the governor declares a state of emergency because of drought. The question becomes, where in the years of plenty, where did all the extra water go? And it went to Utah Lake because we do not have sufficient storage in the surface water reservoirs. The answer is the groundwater. It's in the aquifer, and Utah is doing, and Division of Natural Resources admits we're not doing enough. So the main point that I'm trying to make here, when we get pushback from state officials about why is Provo doing ASR, we're trying to take advantage of the groundwater situation. And if you read the documentation carefully, it actually helps Utah Lake. It helps the Great Salt Lake. It actually provides water into wetlands. It's not storing it just for drinking water. It's what is supposed to be done. It is good water management policy. So that's the end of the presentation. I apologize for running a little bit long.
Thank you so much, Mr. Decker. Unless there's something really urgent, we're 15 minutes over. I would recommend, I know Mr. Decker is very helpful one-on-one if anyone has any questions to pursue this further with you.
That's great.
I could listen to water lectures all day long, so I'm riveted. But
I'm gonna have Jimmy hand out.
I'm not being facetious. Somebody else is.
Have Jimmy hand out a little bit more information, and you'll find it interesting. Most of this is focused in the state of Arizona, and you'll find that the state of Arizona is a long ways, about 20 years ahead of the state of Utah relative to ASR. It's a very different pitch in Arizona compared to California. And if you ever want to have an interesting conversation, we'll talk about those two states and where they're going. But you'll notice that the state of Arizona, from water conservation, they focus on groundwater. Their education, it's all about groundwater. And just encourage you to read that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll move on to item number 7, a presentation from the Foothills Protection Committee regarding the Provo Foothills Trail Plan. Doug Robbins, Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation, will present. Thanks so much.
Members of the Municipal Council, thank you for the opportunity to present to you today a brief report on some planning efforts that have taken place with regard to trails in the foothills adjacent to Provo City. One of the great things about Provo is its unique geography, with Utah Lake to the west and the Wasatch Mountains to the east, together with a wonderful set of parks, urban parks in between, and trail systems. Residents are never very far from escaping from the pressures of the urban environment and into the natural. It's really what makes Provo such a unique place to live. And, there are very few places, in the country and in the world that have sites like this and places that you can go. And trails are the important linking elements to these impressive areas that we enjoy here in our world-class location. There are many reasons and benefits that people derive from getting out into these areas and using trails, but really that's their goal, is to get outside the urban area for just a little bit. And because these areas are so close to the proximate to the city of Provo, we're finding more and more people are traveling to these places, and we're seeing more and more people in the backcountry, which is great. Provo's got a very active population. We find through our survey data and our master planning efforts that people are very interested in getting outside and enjoying that healthy, active lifestyle. We're seeing more and more people. The Utah Cycling League is something that's really come on in the past 10 years. It's becoming one of the most popular high school sports in the state of Utah. Very inclusive. Everyone can participate. It's kind of revolutionizing sports programming where families can get involved. Lots of coaching, and it's a great opportunity to get out the backcountry on these trails. Additional benefits of our trail systems locally are the economic benefits as well that they provide the communities along the foothills of the Wasatch. We have year-round access. These photographs were taken in the area just outside of in the northeast section of Provo, just outside our city limits. It was actually a site that was considered by the Olympic Committee as a potential biathlon course during the last Olympics. But we've got year-round opportunities with snowshoes, snowshoeing, cross-country skiing, and now fat biking. I mean, these technologies are increasing and providing even more year-round access. Unfortunately, if trails aren't planned for and managed, people will continue to travel out and make shortcuts, and usually travel in a path that's from point A to point B and don't necessarily follow contour. And just like roadways have to be constructed and engineered properly so that they have proper sheeting and runoff of water, these areas can become rutted and cause erosion problems. And so they really become unsustainable over time. So as more and more people are traveling out into the backcountry, that requires a little bit higher level of planning and management to accommodate that growth and demand. So we need to do this right so we don't love our trails to death. This really facilitated this effort that was really started by the Utah Valley Trail Alliance. Got to give a shout out to Brandon Plew. He is a cartography instructor at BYU, excellent skills in map making, and is a trail expert. He really headed up this committee that worked on this Foothills Trail Plan.
And if I could just mention, he's also available on Zoom if anyone has any questions.
That's great. Hi, Brandon. The intent of the UVTA really in this effort was to evaluate the current conditions of the site, do some research, integrate some best management practices into an overall trail that could be adopted by the U.S. Forest Service in their area trails plan and into their forest plan. Part of this effort required an open house and public involvement, and we received some assistance from council staff to, I believe, use Open City Hall to do an open house almost a year ago, where we had public feedback that came in from the public, and that feedback was also used in the final draft of this plan. Some of the plan objectives, again, are to be sustainable, to be a long-term sustainable plan to preserve the natural environment that draws us all into this area in the first place, and to minimize maintenance costs. It's also to be open to the widest variety of users. We've got trail runners, mountain bikers, horseback riders, and a lot of different users of varied ability levels. We want to accommodate those as much as possible. And motorized vehicles are already banned in most of these areas, but wanted to facilitate their use wherever allowed. To make sure it's interconnected, that there are a variety of short distance and long distance travel options, and then legal. Make sure that we operate within the legal parameters and regime for outdoor recreation, and cooperate with private landowners. So the steps forward are to really adopt this plan. to provide clear direction. This is similar to other planning documents that have been prepared for the foothills up above Orem, up around Alpine and their trail system, Corner Canyon up in Draper. The 4-Bay planning document in Payson and several others. Also to secure public access, and the adoption of this plan would memorialize the intent and location of some of these access points. It enhances continuity by making regional trail connections with the Bonneville Shoreline Trail, the Provo River Trail, and the Great Western Trail, which is a true backcountry trail that's accessible up South Fork Canyon in Provo Canyon. And again, to support the Forest Service planning documentation requirements so that it can go through the NEPA process. The next step would be to fund the plan. The U.S. Forest Service has two major steps to funding any major effort. And so this Foothills Trail Master Plan is vital to completing these NEPA requirements for their environmental documentation and inclusion into the National Forest Management Plan for the area. Once that happens, they can start doing more official survey work on these trail alignments and move forward. As far as Parks and Recreation, we'd like to continue this cooperative approach with the Forest Service. And so you'll see in our CIP, capital improvement plan submittal that we'll be submitting to council, some significant resources to partner up with agencies like the Forest Service to make these connections to our internal city trail system. So everything is interconnected. Parks and Recreation will always also consider grant opportunities for the development of the Rock Canyon Trailhead Master Plan and other connection points, and try to receive as much outside funding as possible and continue that synergy with the Forest Service. The last step would be to execute. Once the plan's adopted and funded, then the official survey work would begin. The Forest Service would be taking the lead, would be following the best management practices for safety, visibility, and sustainability of the new trail system. We'd be working together with the multiple agencies to remove and reclaim any unofficial trails, unsustainable trails that are causing environmental damage, construct the new system and new trail alignments with signage and wayfinding, facility improvements, and lots of opportunities for volunteers to get involved. And then the U.S. Forest Service will need to submit this as part of their NEPA process. So ultimately, the goal is this plan will provide guidance for the future trails in the Provo area. Again, it's really specific to the East Foothills along Provo. It doesn't really include a lot of trails inside the city limits. But it gives a foundation for our community to get behind and support this interconnected trail system. So good design gives us good sustainability. So in summary, this plan should not be viewed as a final permanent state of this area. Over the coming years, there are likely to be unforeseen obstacles that we're going to be encountering, but it does kind of create a document that memorializes the current situation and also involves citizen involvement that's required in that Forest Service requirement. So it's kind of could be considered as a citizen proposal that's supported by the local community. So our staff recommendation is, even though that a lot of this trail plan involves property that's not within the city limits, it does show and demonstrate some support for this regional trail system. So we would recommend a potential adoption by the Municipal Council as a working document, and maybe even attached as an appendix to our Parks and Recreation Master Plan. And that's the presentation for today. If you have any questions, I can answer.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. I just want to add a couple of things as chair of the committee and having been part of these conversations for a while. Well, maybe it's actually more questions for you, just to clarify for all of us, because I know we've talked a little bit about this on the committee. First of all, and Brandon, I would invite any comments from him if he feels so inclined, but can you tell us a little bit about landowners, private property owners who've been talk to make sure that this, there's nothing on this plan that would potentially be a surprise to anybody?
Right. All the private landowners have been invited to participate in this effort. We're invited to the public open house as well. And as each of these trail alignments were kind of basically drawn into the plan and shown on the plan, tried to take into account any historical conflicts that people who were participating in the development of this plan had experienced in the past. So we kind of went out and approached each one of those. And so we feel pretty confident this addresses a lot of those.
Okay. I don't know if Brandon, if you want to add anything?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just a couple of observations. One is Doug mentions that almost all of the plan is in the Forest Service property. There are a couple of significant areas that are within either the Provo city limits or within land that is owned by the city. So there is some that would actually be your primary responsibility. The second thing on that question about the private landowners, there are some trails in this plan. So this should be seen as kind of a vision plan more than an actual implementation plan. Because there are some trails that go through private property. And as Doug said, they're mostly areas that either we have been in discussion or various people have been in discussion with the landowners, or we're kind of aware of the situation. There have been changes where landowners requested it. But there are also, we tried to be pretty honest about on some of these trails that go through private property that the trail would not be implemented without the full permission of the landowners. So there might be some trails that go through private property, but that does not mean that they're ready to build at this moment. So they might have to be changed based on landowner negotiations. There are actually a couple that we took out specifically because the landowner said, no way. So.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I'll just say one more thing, and that is, and if Mr. Robbins wants to add any color to this, my sense is, I mean, you're essentially saying you feel comfortable with this plan. You being all of the Parks and Rec people who've looked at this feel comfortable, and that you're recommending it to us. And at this point, when we had talked about this on our committee to bring this to the council, we wanted, we didn't want to rush this and say, we got to approve this today. So my recommendation is that you ask any questions here and follow up with Doug or Brandon or with any members of the Foothills Committee. And then we would bring this back at a later point to sort of make the final vote on whether we would approve it or not for adoption by the Parks and Rec to be part of their master plan. Anyway, any questions, Mr. Shipley?
I just wonder if we could get some help on what it looks like to fund a plan like this. How do you start? I mean, I'm sure the committee's kind of reviewed that, but I just don't have any sense of what that looks like or what we need to do.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is going to, once the Forest Service is able to get this into their forest management plan, that'll really dictate our process forward. We've got some in the plan. It does have some optimistic mileposts, some phased approaches to some of the trails that are going in. But it'll really kind of depend on that approval with Forest Service, see what funding is available to them. But I think what we understand from Forest Service, they just don't have the enforcement ability, and they're really looking for local partners as you travel along the foothills to partner up with them to execute the plan.
So it won't require any city funding before they make it.
I don't think we'd be able to utilize any city funding outside the city limits, but once they adopt the plan, then we could look at opportunities to synergize.
But they can adopt it before we, as a city, start to fund it. Is that okay? Thanks.
Any other questions? Councilor McKay.
If we're looking to adopt it, it all looks great. I am just concerned, I guess, about the private property aspect of it. If we're approving something where citizens haven't signed off on their private I don't know. I just don't quite understand the legality of that.
Yeah, I think it's really just to try to indicate potential alignments from like and connection points. It's not necessarily surveyed in on and officially designated. It's just kind of shows potential alignment. And like I kind of mentioned earlier, and I think Brandon kind of mentioned, it's kind of a working document. So we would continue to work with private landowners to make these connections and get approvals before we move forward. It
would be something where trails were like on a map though, right? I mean, people are going to show up in their yard or I don't know.
Once we would have to adopt them, formally designate them, right?
So when
before
we'd
that
be
would happen.
approving this, it wouldn't be approving them all as is or as they look, like it's just an idea.
Yeah, it's more conceptual at this point. Yeah.
Yeah. One thing to keep in, sorry.
It's kind of a master plan. It's more of a general plan type approach, I would say.
And one thing to keep in mind too, is there, I was talking to the Smiths up at their orchard a while ago, and some guy from LA was mountain biking. He was using his app, and he just rode right into their property, and they're like, "What are you doing here?" And he says, "Well, my app says I should go here." And I mean, there are a lot of this actually is, I think, designed to correct some of those problems, because there's a lot of social trails, and there's sort of and sometimes those informal social trails end up on apps or because people blog about them or whatever, and then other people repeat them, and then the next thing you know, you've got a pattern. So and Brandon can add any color to this too, but my sense is that this is the goal is to actually correct that problem and hopefully create a situation that landowners actually feel like this is far superior to what we have. But nothing would be, I mean, you would come back to us, or I don't know what the process would be, or maybe it's when a trail, I mean, because some of these trails are indicated for future designation because they either don't exist or they would have to be adjusted or moved, right, to another location. So how does that process work exactly?
Yeah, that's fully the intent here. It really isn't to make an end run on any private landowner. It's just to show kind of a goal and approach to direct our future efforts so that we're making those connections. Those would always be negotiations with landowners to make those connections before any official trail alignments put in.
Okay, the funding. Now, you did say some of the trails are on Provo property, right?
Yeah, like the Bonneville Shoreline Trail, there's segments that need to be improved along that are within the city limits. So those.
Yeah, some of those are on private property. I know that. I've been on that one. But so I assume that Provo City would fund the ones on Provo land, or would the National Forest Service do that also?
Those would probably be the lead for Provo City since they're within our jurisdiction. So
Okay.
for example, this new property at Slate Canyon that was acquired last year, we would look to designate the alignment there and improve the official alignment through that property that we've just acquired. That would be one example of a project that would.
I'm just curious, what's the percentage that's on Provo City land about?
In this plan, I don't know about percentages. I would say maybe less than a third from what I saw. And, you can see through the plan, there's all kinds of designations up through Pole Canyon, and they're all delineated there. Different uses from equestrian use to non-motorized to, even directional trails as well. So it gets into that complexity in the.
Looks like Brandon might have a comment about that.
Right.
Yeah, I'm guessing. I wish I had the numbers on that. That's a good question. My guess is that about 90% of the mileage of the trails that are proposed are in the Forest Service. So of the remaining 10%, there's probably about half of that is actually on Provo City property. And the other 5% would be on private property that is either incorporated into Provo City or not. As you know, there are some gaps between the Forest Service and the city limits in several places in that area. So there is some unincorporated private property as well. So, but yeah, it's a minority, but it's not insignificant. There are a couple of significant proposals that were on city property.
Well, we have to move on to our next item, but I want to thank Brandon and the people who've worked with you and Doug and Parks and Rec staff have been really heavily involved in this. I think it's a great plan. It's exciting. I mean, I'm selfish. I do all of those things and look forward. And I've looked in some of my favorite places on the proposals, and I really like what I see. So I just want to encourage everyone on the council to take a close look at it, and then we'll come back to this item in an upcoming meeting to vote on it at a future point. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to item number 8, which is the long-awaited discussion regarding redistricting adjustments to city council district maps. We have allotted 50 minutes for this, and then we have one more item after that, which is discussion regarding the hiring process and committee for selecting an executive director for the municipal council. I just mentioned both of them because we want to be roughly finished 4:30, 4:45 at the very latest.
All right, perfect. So hopefully we can do this efficiently. I won't say quickly, but we'll do it efficiently. So redistricting, just at the start of this discussion, these are decision points that we want to get through today. First is just to come to a consensus on 5 to 10 maps that we can then place on Open City Hall for further public input. And then second to that is how long we want to have them up on Open City Hall for public input before they're brought back for a final decision before the council. So going along with timeline, just a quick review here. So we first put the redistricting tool was opened up for council districts on February 10th. And then on the 24th, we closed those submissions and distributed the maps that we gathered from that tool to you guys, to the council. And then that brings us to today, where council is meeting to review the maps. Our original timeline had the council to review public comment on the 15th and adopt a new districts and a new map, but that can be changed to the 31st. And the very end deadline, this has to be done by May. But if we can get it done sooner, that's great as well. So just going through, like I said, the tool was open from the 10th to the 24th, so 14 days, 2 weeks. There was 120 unique maps submitted. Important note about unique maps. So as I'm sure you're all aware, the tool only allowed you to submit maps if each district had to have population equal within 5 plus or minus 5% for each of those districts. But as you look through some of the maps, each district has a certain color, and sometimes on the map, what was a blue district 2 is now green, but it looks the same outline. So just looking through maps, keep that in mind. And then just as we did with school board maps, the staff evaluated these according to criteria that were both set by redistricting best practice standards, but also by preferences that we gathered from council members. So those are core preservation, compactness, keeping a central district, incumbents not displaced, and creating a west side district. So this is the criteria by which those items were then used to grade maps and evaluate them as they came in, with scores from 1 to 9. So, and in your materials, counselors, for this meeting, there is an Excel sheet where you can go in and see all the data and see the scoring for that. It's quite an intense sheet, but the top maps for raw scores, they're listed. There's a 3-way tie for 3rd place, 4-way tie for 7th place. Those are just the raw scores on how well they did, if they were compact, incumbents not displaced, other criteria, and then weighted scores. So just as we did with the school board process, we weighted it using a pairwise evaluation. And so we surveyed council members and asked them what they thought was important with these 5 criteria here, what they viewed as most important when evaluating a map, and taking those preferences, then used that to weight all of the maps based on their scores. And so from that, then we get the top maps based on weighted scores. All right. And so then if you go by criteria here, this is just to show you that based on the different criteria. So for example, that first graph table up there, you can see incumbents not displaced. Those are the maps that did the best job of not displacing incumbents. And then overall, that's where they were overall, the weighted score based on this list, if you go back there. So that's just kind of more information to kind of help you sift through, because there are 120 maps. Then we
Can I ask a question right here?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Remind me what was the definition of core preservation? I'm not sure I'm remembering how that was defined.
Yeah, core preservation, that's one of the best practice standards that we pulled from academic literature. And that just means that a majority of what the district was before is kept intact when the lines are redrawn. So you're not shifting the entire city's makeup of where the districts were and kind of splitting communities that have been together since the last redistricting, if that makes sense.
Okay. So it's kind of comparing a new solution to the status quo, assuming that district or area had something in common to begin with.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Yes. So then these are the top map choices that we got from council members sending us after they reviewed maps over the weekend. On the right there, I think this is just something to point out that might be helpful in our discussion today. These are the maps that were suggested by more than one council member. And so you can see there the map West Side Growth was suggested by 3 council members, which has the most. So with that, just going back, and I'll just leave these up here. We are trying to get a consensus, like I said, 5 to 10 maps so we can place it on Open City Hall tomorrow morning to start to gather public input for that process. So, and we do have the maps pulled up, and staff can scroll through those and pull them up if we want to discuss certain ones. But with that, we'll leave it open for you guys to discuss.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can we go back to the previous slide? Yeah, and can the staff pull up those 2 maps, the West and Central? Oh, I'm sorry. I guess there's West and Central and then West Side Growth and then 28, 26, 24.
Yes, we will work on getting those up.
Okay. And I just wanted to verify before we dug in. I will find out when you pull them up, but there were a couple of maps where the data wasn't totally lined up, where incumbents were drawn out of their districts, but the data indicated that they weren't. So I just wanted to triple check.
Yeah, there were a couple maps where there were mistakes like that. I will admit, the 120 maps, grading them 5 different ways with 9 different scores for each criteria was a lot.
That's a heavy lift, and I'm just really appreciative of staff. This is obviously
of course,
time for special projects.
It's good to double check it. So here's West and Central. So this one was suggested by 2 counselors.
Suddenly I'm like the lord of the maps here.
Do you have another one? Hold on.
This is.
Oh, yeah. That is true. Sorry, it'll be a second. It's all in one giant PDF. So we have to.
Counterclockwise
Wait,
shift
actually?
two. I think it's the very last one. Oh.
And I don't want to derail the conversation. And I'm not sure if there is a conversation happening if people's mics are off, but if the council wants to discuss this while the staff pulls out those 5 PDFs, then they're consolidated and it's an easier conversation, or if this council wants to talk about ones that are missed on that right side chart, what's most effective?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I've been looking at these, and there are some things that I think are important on a map. And I'm wondering if it would be possible for us to express the things that we see as important that we're looking at from our districts, and then maybe pull up the map making tool and see if it's possible to make a map that matches what we like, so that we know maybe we can't get that and we have to settle for one of these. Because like, I have 2 priorities. One is a nice west side, and I see that west side line being not just the freeway, but also the railroad. So I think west, including the south, and having a clean inclusion like on Plan 24 map. So that's something that I would rank really highly as a priority. And I also would like to see precincts on both sides of University together for a downtown map. So those are 2 things I'm looking at. Other slightly less important things, but I think are important, would be having Grandview, Carterville, having that be a district, if we can make the numbers work. So some of these maps do show that, but those are criteria that I'm going to be using. But those weren't necessarily criteria that we were given for you to use to evaluate earlier.
I would recommend, I think it's actually helpful to hear from anyone who wants to speak to that particular, to any particular issue that you didn't think was adequately addressed in the way this has been framed. Because I had very similar feelings. I had less strong feelings about what my priorities were based on the ones that were given to us. And maybe that was valuable information too, to say, at least in my case, I didn't feel super strongly about any one of those.
Yeah.
But then there were other things that weren't on there that again, were maybe more specific to my experience, for example, in my district. Anyway, I'm just kind of seconding. I don't know how useful or effective it would be for all of us to be jumping on the map website and tinkering with it, but and presumably some of you, I know I did, submitted maps of your own, but I actually found that extremely helpful just to play with it enough that it helped me then identify maps that I quite liked. Ms. Ellsworth has a comment, and then Mr. Shipley.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Handley. I agree with you, and I think Ms. Whipple, about some of the values that I was applying to the maps weren't necessarily captured in those criteria. I like the idea of compactness. The other ones weren't such a high priority to me. But when I look at a map like this, the West Side growth, and maybe 24, I think map 24 as well is a good example. We go to 24 if it's nearby, if it's easily accessible. One of the values I was looking at was, what are the chances that 1 or maybe 2 elected officials would be coming from or living in an area south of Center Street? And so when I look at map 24, I see this big red district on the side, which is kind of a combo of Mr. Handley's district and my own right now. And I think, it's really unlikely, and this is an assumption, there's no way to really measure this right now, but I just understanding the demographics and the trends, I think it's very likely that that red district would likely always elect someone from kind of the Tree Streets area, and that south of Center Street would not be totally represented. And then you look at that blue district, again, I don't know if someone from south of Center Street is going to be elected. And I'd hate the idea that there was a day in Provo when there was one or fewer elected officials from south of Center Street. So I'm looking at that geographic distribution where someday, hopefully, there's just always an elected official from south of Center Street, and there's always an elected official from west of I-15. And that's one of the things that didn't really come across in those criteria. And that, to me, is that this map 24 doesn't do a good job of, is we're going to have one or more elected officials from the southern part of Provo, which is south of Center Street. So just something to think about.
Mr. Shipley.
Yeah, Ms. Ellsworth's got me thinking more things that I didn't think about. So this is a good discussion. I would echo some of what has already been said about things that I was looking for. I was hyper-focused on the west side and just trying to carve out the west side in a way that I thought made sense. I think it does make sense to have Grandview be kind of like this one we're looking at. I like how Grandview looks on this one. I like how the west side looks on this one. And then I wanted other people's feedback for other parts of the city, because I just don't feel like I have a great understanding of how it cuts other people's areas of the city. One of the questions I had for Ms. Ellsworth coming into this is most of the maps that I gravitated to, I think all 5 of the ones that I listed, show the west side carved out like the one we were just looking at. Not as much like 26, but more like 24 or West Side Growth or Center and West Side District, that show that bottom part included on the west side. And I'm unclear on how many residences we're talking about, especially at the very bottom of that south part. So I would love your feedback, Ms. Ellsworth, on that, how it might look and feel being part of the west side. The problem is, for me, if we don't include it on the west side, then we have to include part of the central district or part of Grandview. And I feel like the community might actually have more in common with the south part than they do with either of those. So, but I'm not sure, and I'm hoping for some feedback.
I'll do my best to answer your question. What strikes me about this blue area on map 24 is that if you live in the Spring Creek area, down on South State Street, between South State Street and the railroad tracks, or further south, there's a kind of a tiny neighborhood in the Ironton area, that kind of blue peninsula. You're being represented by someone who probably maybe lives north of Center Street on the west side. That is a big area. And I know those areas on my side of I-15, and I know the Lakeview or Lakewood? Lakeview area. And they're pretty different from where my cousin lives, which is over by Provo High School. They're different. And there's different neighborhoods all over within those sub areas, but yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to answer your question adequately. Another trend to look at, Mr. Shipley, in this blue area is that the blue area on this side, I shouldn't say this side, my side, the east side of I-15, where I'm currently located, there's a lot of multifamily there. So we've got probably 700 to 1,000 multifamily units that have gone in or will go in on South State Street. And then I think there's somewhere between 500 and 700 units, multifamily units, that will go in at the medical school. And then you can estimate, this is anybody's guess, but I would estimate there's maybe 300-ish units, multifamily units, that will go in at the mall someday, unknown to us. So that's just a lot of a multifamily right there, which is different from some of the neighborhoods I've experienced close to Mr. Shipley's house, or where my cousins live by Provo High, or some of these nice DR Horton and Ivory developments that are going in. Or we saw a development last year that had, $1, $2, and $3 million homes on the west side by the river. I don't know that those are comparable lifestyles. So does that answer your question at all, Mr. Shipley?
It does. I guess I'm not, one of my values, I guess, is to try not to make these homogenous. So I'm not as worried about like the demographics and maybe I should be, but I was more concerned about like what kinds of values and problems you might have in these communities, and transportation, for example, connectivity, for example, is a big disconnect between folks who live in Grandview, for example, and folks who live on west of I-15, or folks who live, I think, in South Provo as well, right? I think we share some of the same concerns, even if the demographics are a little bit different. I think we share some of the same concerns in those communities. And maybe they need to be divided up for that reason, but I do think that creates a little bit more of a community feel among that district, even if they're not close. The other thing that this carve out made sense to me on the west side was that I feel like a lot of the population growth, right, over the next 10 years, that's why I wanted a separate district, because a lot of the population growth will happen, right, in this area. And if I'm not mistaken, this starts, maybe not map 24, but one of them starts with a population number that's a little bit lower actually than some of the others, and allows for, I think, that growth to occur. And I thought that was a positive too, that wasn't captured in any of the values that we were ranking them on. But I think there are certain parts of the city that will grow faster than others from a population standpoint. So it might make sense to build some of that in to these maps as well. But I appreciate your feedback. I think you're wrestling, I think, in what you're saying with why I thought we needed 6 districts, because once we create this west side, either we're throwing in Grandview, which I think is a whole different ball game, or we're throwing in some of South Provo, and that could be a very different ball game. But it's not a great community. There's just a lot of disconnect for that district specifically. So anyway, that's what I was trying to figure out how we can wrestling with how we resolve some of that.
And if you'll permit me, I'll just kind of give some feedback on this conversation again. One of my concerns is demographics or socioeconomic profiles, because I just have this assumption that elected officials come from higher socioeconomic profiles and generally not lower socioeconomic profiles. And so I don't want to create a map, any map, whatever map, that allows only people from certain socioeconomic profiles to kind of pack the council, if you will. I'm probably not explaining that adequately, but if a lower socioeconomic area is always represented by someone who lives a couple miles away in a higher socioeconomic area, it probably doesn't capture the representation that we would want in this form of government.
I'd like to. This is very. This is the kind of discussion I wanted to have, because I think it's really helpful for me to hear my fellow counselors' reasonings and questions. I'm a little bit uncertain about philosophically whether, if you create a district around socioeconomic homogeneity, that's a positive thing. In part because, my philosophy in designing a couple of maps was simply, I wanted to kind of disrupt just a little bit. My proposals were not as radical as some, which I was fascinated by, and I'm totally open to some of the more radical ones, but I wanted to disrupt whatever sort of personalities or tendencies had been sort of forming over the years around certain parts of the city, so that a representative from any one district is answerable to at least a portion of another part of the city that is different.
I will also add that in my district, and I just want to be transparent here. I think it's extremely unlikely that I'm going to want to run for a third term. So I have no particular selfish interest here in what I'm thinking about. But my district, and David Wright's emails have pointed this out, my district's a real problem. I mean, I like my district. I love my people. But it's a real problem with registered voters. It's very, very low. And so it ends up being by default a very relatively small number of people who elect a district representative from District 2. So a high priority for me is trying to solve for that a little bit. I toyed around with it enough that it's, there's that big chunk, and then there's a couple of surrounding big chunks around the campus of BYU where it just gets very difficult to solve for it definitively. But that's one reason why I was interested in maps that gave District 2 more registered voters and helped maybe distribute a little bit the burden of the lower turnout areas around the campus and the campus itself, because it's sort of in terms of voting, it's sort of a meaningless statistic to say there are 10,000 people here when it's a massive campus, right? Where the number of registered voters is probably less than 100 in at least on the campus. I don't even know if it gets that high at all. But anyway, that's some of my thinking. I just like the idea of, so I was just trying to make more modest shifts in the direction of where the different districts were so that they brought in new areas. I mean, to Councillor Ellsworth's point, I was interested in maybe making District 3 a little farther to the north, my district a little farther to the north, so that some of those higher voting areas could be distributed down into District 3, and District 2 could obtain some more heavy voting areas. And then that necessitated changes, obviously, in the other districts. But that was kind of my thinking, for what it's worth, and that's one of my priorities. Sorry, it looks like Mr. Hoban has to drop, and he'll be watching the rest via YouTube later. So we're missing his perspective. Before I go to Councillor Ellsworth, did you want to make any comments? Councillor McKay, I think you're the only one who hasn't spoken yet, or Mr. Fillmore. Only if you want to. But.
I'm interested in keeping the compactness, and I'm interested in that line between the west and giving the west there. I like the lines that are shown in like West Side Growth or 28, 24, 26. And spreading out your district was another thing of mine, just because I think it does matter, the weight of the vote, and making it more equal all around for every voter.
Mr. Fillmore, did you want to make a comment? Looks like you're muted.
Just a couple of observations. Generally, I'm in favor of keeping districts compact, not stretching them out in illogical fashion. I think there's value in maintaining old precincts unless there's really a compelling reason to the contrary. People in the city, in large measure, have gotten used to the district they're in, and that's hasn't worked poorly for the city. But if there's a compelling reason, I'm open to discussing those alterations. But I think we have to start with the question of, is there something fundamentally wrong with some of the current boundaries? And if there's a consensus that there's something fundamentally wrong here and there, we ought to address it. But otherwise, it's kind of a speculative venture of what we're doing. I mean, trying to anticipate what's going to happen over the next 10 years or so. And I don't think any of us are that prescient to do that.
Thank you. Counselor Ellsworth.
Thanks. Just looking at the map that's on the screen, the great map. One of the reasons I like this one better than some of the numbered ones that we were looking at, like the 28 and 24, is Ironton is not a part of the Western District. And to me, I really can't wrap my head around why Ironton would be with West Provo. That to me is not compact. That looks and feels really sprawling. So I have a preference for that. And then the other thing is I don't know if this is a question or a comment, but I'll be interested in Mr. Shipley's feedback. Is like on this map, or I'm sorry, can you go to 24 or 28? Okay, so on this map 28, I think the assumption, I guess, is that the West Side would have a representative, right? And there's an outside chance that this East Bay and Ironton would put up a representative, but those are pretty sparsely populated areas. And I just don't know that there's high voter turnout there, and I don't know that there would be a high candidate turnout there. So I think there's a good chance that the West Side would have kind of a, I don't want to say purely West Side, but almost a purely West Side representative. What I don't see with this map with 28 is there's no guarantee that someone south of Center Street would be elected. And again, that makes me uncomfortable. So it could be that if, pretend we adopted 28, that all elected officials, 8 of them, live north of Center Street.
Counselor Ellsworth?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to ask a question about that, but if you're...
Yeah.
Well, you don't think, I mean, it seems to me there's a very strong, even if it's slightly north of Center, but then there's also a very strong residential area south of Center in what is the proposed District 3. So on Plan 28, I'm not as convinced that you wouldn't have very good candidates there from south of Center.
Oh, everyone who lives in District 3 is very good. But I can see that, hypothetically, I think it's very possible that there is no elected official from south of Center Street. So, and this is based on my experience. Other people have had different experiences, different assumptions. It's the West Side really wants, to guarantee or semi-guarantee someone from west of I-15 is always on the council with or without a citywide representative. And that would make me feel a little bit more comfortable too, right? If there was some guarantee, which you can't guarantee, or some semi-guarantee, some high probability that somebody south of Center Street was representing. And that's, it's given the current districts, it's possible that no one from south of Center Street could be on the council, right? But just something to think about. We don't have to solve this problem today. Yeah, those are my opinions.
Thank you. What would be the most helpful from staff's point of view for us to accomplish today?
Chair Hanley, what I think we can do is we can print out all the maps and give everybody a set. And then at the next, in a week or so, you can give us your top 10. And then there's 2 ways we can go. We could do it like an instant runoff where we can assign them points and come up with, these are your top 5. And then we can narrow it down from there in the next meeting. I think everybody just probably needs to physically look at the maps for a little bit.
Yeah, I'm speaking for myself. I think that would be extremely helpful. I did feel a little bit rushed. I apologize to Karen that I didn't read all the way to the end of the email when I first got it. And so I didn't realize there was an action item associated with it. And I was like, oh, I'll check that out on Monday night when I'm getting ready for Tuesday. I just had no time until Monday night to actually cram through them. And so I would like much more time and it's just so helpful to listen to each other because
there are different factors that I wasn't seeing that I think each of us can see uniquely well. So I would love to have a second round. And I love the idea of 10. I was having a hard time getting it to 5 as it was.
Okay, that's all. We'll print them all out, make 7 sets, and then distribute them today. So the council can spend time with it. In the next meeting, we can take your top 10 from each of you and whittle it down to a final 10 to put on the open city hall. If we slip a meeting or two, it's not a big deal. We have until May.
Yeah.
Hey there. You don't have to print one off for me. That's a lot of paper, and I'll just go through the PDFs. Thank you.
Councilor Whipple.
Yes, I was wondering if you could also give me a map that shows the precinct boundaries so that I'll know which ones are those funky gerrymandered precincts.
The new ones?
The new ones with the precincts, so that like the Ironton Road one is like a super weird shaped precinct, and these are the ones that are going to make the maps look really weird as we're trying to balance it out. Or if we could have access to the tool again to just play so that we can see where the weird ones are that are giving us problems.
Yeah, we can either see if we can get the tool turned back on
Just for us.
for you.
Just for us.
Just for you.
I would love to have
Or
access
we
to
can
that.
give you a master sheet that has the precincts delineated on it. I don't know if we can get them delineated on the PDFs that we have currently.
No. I don't think that's necessary, but just one that I could,
Yeah, overlay it.
yeah.
Yes, we can get that done.
I just checked the website and it's still up.
Okay.
I just don't think you can submit any more plans, but you can still like
Oh.
play around on it. So
That's great. Can I ask a quick clerical question on Plan 24? Is that Riverwoods? There's this weird gray spot in the middle,
yeah, I am unsure of what that is. It's on the county's
but it's
precinct
not on all
map.
of them. I don't know.
Looking at the Utah County parcel map, I think that's the Riverwoods.
Okay.
The country club or the shopping mall?
The
I mean,
shopping center.
The shopping center. But
I don't know
that's
why.
county property? What?
We'd have to look at the map, but there is a piece of property up there that is not the Riverwoods. It's actually, I think, largely agricultural that is in the county.
It's University and Canyon Road. No, you don't.
So Dixon stood up at the back of the room and said it's between University and Canyon Road.
He's tired out because he was biking earlier today up Payson Canyon in the snow. So
I'm not sure that's what it is. We can check, but there's a long-standing island up there of county property. But it would be weird if it's not on all of them.
Yeah, so that's the Johnson property, and 4800 North cuts down through it, and it's mostly up on the bench, but it's mostly west of Canyon Road.
The sheep farm?
Yes, that's that area, and it is. There's a county island, and that's the big one right there. And that's Dixon Homes for the record.
We did eminent domain through it, right? Yes. With that
We-
road?
We eventually acquired it. I don't know if it was eminent domain, but it was certainly negotiated.
all right. So to recap, we will have access to the website. You're gonna maybe in light of what Councilor Ellsworth said, I'm not sure I need the printed copies, but some might prefer. I know that it's visually different. So why don't we just indicate to you whether we want the printed copies?
Okay.
Can I keep the one that I already stole?
Yeah, you can keep that one. We'll make some more, Mr. Shifley. And then it would, Travis is.
Mr. Fillmore, would you like a printed copy? Oops, you're muted.
Excuse me. My preference would be printed copies in color that indicate neighborhoods or precincts.
Okay. So that's 3 of the 7, and you'll have to find out from Travis.
Hoban, yes.
what he wants. Yeah. Yeah, you already have
Hey,
yours.
and can I add one thing here? If counselors know what their top 10 are, could you share those with the staff and the council? And that way we can start to whittle it down away from 120.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
We can do that through emails.
I didn't do that with this list because I wasn't confident in my own choices. So, and I was quite open to what my counselors were going to say. So I didn't feel like I was ready to announce that I was throwing my money behind certain horses. Even though I was proud that one of my maps made it into the top 10. I thought there should be some points for that, but okay. Do you need anything else from us now, or can we turn to the next item? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll go to our discussion regarding the hiring process and committee. Yeah, we do. For selecting a Municipal Council Executive Director, John Magnus, our interim director, will present.
Wait for him to clear this all up. So the hiring committee has met once, and the goal of this, let me see if I can advance this. So we're trying to give every counselor a chance to be part of the interview process at different steps. What we're trying to do is we're going to look at the candidate's ability to reason, their analytical skills, their management styles, their interpersonal skills, their political astuteness, problem-solving skills, and then lastly, their ability to take data and information and turn it concise, useful information for the council and for the public in general. So we came up with two different processes. I'll go through each process. There's not much difference in them except for the second step. So step one, we've already started. As of this morning, we have 23 applications. I have been going through them, starting to redact personal information that can identify them through gender, age, race, or religion. I'm also weeding out the ones that do not meet our minimum requirements. There's no reason for all of you to read all those. And then what's left, the candidates that are left, I will send the resumes out to all of you as a PDF to review. And then the council as a whole will decide who you guys would like to invite back for the first interview. There we go. Again, the first interview, there'll be a series of questions that's going to gauge their candidate's ability to perform the technical aspects, their management, the day-to-day operations of the council, based on their experience. All candidates will be asked the same questions. That way we don't favor one over the other. So in this one, we would have 3 counselors, and then we would have someone from council staff, and then probably 2 members from the city of Provo would come in. So we'd have 6 people on the interview panel to go through these questions. They would make recommendations on who to advance to the next one. After that, we'd have an informal interview process again with 3 counselors. These are more hypothetical questions to gauge their interpersonal skills and their political ability to navigate waters that can be choppy at sometimes with staff, the public, council members having a different opinion. So we want it more free form and open so they can actually discuss these things. I know Councillor Ellsworth had talked about if we had just a set of questions, we could do it that way. I don't think you'd get the in-depth knowledge, but again, that is up to you guys. It will be your process at the end. And then step 4 is the final interview. We're going to have candidates present a paper. They're going to do some research. It's going to be something that's centric and to Provo and something that we're dealing with currently. Again, that could be 3 counselors. We'd have Brian Jones. I would sit in there not as someone to give you advice, but to tell you technically, did they do the research right? What are they missing in the presentation? What are they missing in the research? So that would be the first process. And after that final, and you guys council can come back together and make a selection. So in process 2, it's very much the same. Again, I'm going through the interview, the applications, resumes, redacting all the information, sending them on to the council as a whole to review, to get back your input on who do you want to bring forward for interviews. Step 2 would be different. We would have 3 rooms set up. There would be 2 to 3 counselors on in each room with a city staff member. And we would move the candidates from one room to the next. You would ask them a series of questions for about 20 minutes. This way we can do actually 3 candidates at one time. And it's still the same amount of time of interviewing, but we'd be moving a much quicker process this way. And that way the entire council can be there for that first interview. And then we could take your evaluations and decide who to bring back
for the next interview. And again, the second interview will be an informal setting with hypothetical questions, again, to gauge their interpersonal skills and their political abilities. And then again, the fourth one would be a final interview where we would, give them a research question. They'd have to write it and make a presentation. And again, it would be 3 council members, up to 3, and then Brian Jones and myself. And again, I would just be there to help you with the technical aspect of their research. So those are the 2 processes we have laid out. We're just looking for direction on, because the second process where we would set up the 3 rooms would require quite a bit of time from all the council members who want to participate. So that is where we're looking for direction.
And could I also just add that administration's perspective on this would be very helpful too. Anyway, we're looking for ways to involve the administration in the process in ways that resemble how you've let us be a part of your hiring processes. Councilor McKay.
I know personally I would lean towards process 2 because I want to be involved for sure. And with 3, I'd worry about not being able to be involved.
Right. In the first process, we could have up to 3 at each step. So that's 9 openings. But this one here, everybody would get a chance at the first selection to see.
What was step 3 on process 2? I missed that.
That's the informal one.
Okay. So again, just
That
3.
would be up to 3.
Can we video these? Can they be on Zoom and we can just watch but not be interacting? Is there any way to include all of us regardless? Or
I'll leave that up to Brian because this is the question, when do we have a meeting?
That was a curveball that we hadn't thought about.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I mean, there's probably a way, especially if I like this idea of it's probably better, or the more conservative approach would be to record them rather than to view them live, because then it's clearly, you're clearly not even arguably present. You're just viewing it later. There are arguments that it's not even a meeting anyway, because it's a purely administrative function, but the code's a little bit unclear, especially where they've gone in the past and actually said for elected officials, you can't conduct interviews in closed meetings, which seems to imply that they think interviews are a meeting. But it's not super clear. So, but I'm sure we could figure out some way to accommodate that, especially if the recording idea is sufficient for everybody. I think there's no problem with that.
But for clarification, and correct me, Mr. Magnus, but all counselors would be involved in both processes, right? It's just a slightly different format for process 2 where it would be more simultaneous.
Right. In the first process, there's 9 openings.
so it's not the same 3 people.
Right. It would not be the same 3.
You would be select which
How you guys figure that out will be amongst yourselves. In the second process, we would have everybody in the first step, and then we'd have 6 openings in the next 2 processes.
Is that awkward for the candidates in process 2 to be seeing each other roaming around in the hallways or wherever they're?
It could be a little, but when you usually interview, you're interviewing right on top of each other. So you'll see the person before you leaving and the person after you'll be walking past as you're headed out. So, but we could arrange it, stagger them and move them to different parts of the building. So
Yeah,
try to minimize that.
they won't be giving each other advice in the hallway. Watch out for Handley. He's terrible. Mr. Fillmore, go ahead.
I was just going to indicate that my preference would probably be the second option. It seems to me that gives everybody a chance to be as much involved as they care to. As I'm thinking about it, it might also be a matter of fairness to the candidates that they get to know the people they'd be working for. Some of them may want to pull out after meeting some of us.
That's fair. Yeah.
I'm right here, Bill.
And remember, at the second and third interviews, we could shuffle different counselors in and out. So it doesn't have to be the same 3 interviewing every person.
Yeah.
We could have 3 interview one and then 3 interview another one. And that's all manageable. It's just that would be the process we would like to go through.
Go ahead.
I still stand that I would love to record them, then we can watch them after the fact. Regardless of process 1 or process 2.
And that's something we can probably do. Easy.
I do like making sure that at least one of the stages here is pretty consistent. So I'm a little nervous. I mean, I would prefer that if we're going to go with, say the rote questions, it probably should be the same counselors.
Yeah,
because you're going to have comparative data that's very valuable. You can say, I interviewed every candidate. I asked the same question to all the candidates. Right. And then the second stage is a little more improvisational. But I think we ought to have a strong anchor with the same people asking the same questions in the earlier stage.
And either process it would be, if we did just one group asking all the questions, it would be the same questions. And if we do this process, the second process where we have the 3 groups, they would ask their series of questions. They wouldn't it's question 1 through 10, the other one would get 11 through 20, and the other one 21 to 30. It's not like we're going to start shuffling around the rooms. It would always be the same questions. Okay. So each group can look at their candidates based on the questions they did ask.
So we're looking for a preference between 1 and 2. No strong preference. You expressed a preference for 2. No strong preference.
Can I add one thing here?
Please.
Maybe this is just because I read stuff on the internet. I mean, everyone reads stuff on the internet, but maybe I read too much on the internet. I'd hate to create a process that is like way too long and candidates are like fed up with the process, right? Because there are hiring processes that just take a ridiculous amount of time. So whatever we do, whoever's involved, let's try and keep it compact so that we're not losing candidates by a poor process. Maybe that goes without saying.
Is that not an advantage to process 2? Is it a little more time efficient?
It is a little more time efficient. We could probably do the interviews of the first group probably over 2 days instead of spreading it out over 4. It depends how many we take through. But this is a senior level position, so 3 interviews is not unheard of. I've done 3 or 4 interviews for campaigns before, so it will be a little time consuming. We're gonna have some lag in here, probably about 4 to 5 weeks time we get start the process to when we end the process.
Okay. All right, Counselor. Let's see, Counselor Fillmore, did you express a preference? Oh, for 2. Am I remembering correctly that the committee had a slight preference for 2?
Mr. Hoban had a preference for 2, and I believe Shannon had a preference for 1, but she can correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't really care.
Okay.
But I agree with what Mr. Handley said about just having some consistency. Otherwise, you can't compare people effectively.
Okay, well, maybe we have enough information. It sounds like if the committee chose one or the other, it wouldn't freak anybody out. And I think we have maybe a slight preference for process 2, but we've got, I think, good information and feedback. Anything from the administration you want to add? No? Okay.
Okay, I'm hoping to have the applications, resumes all redacted by the end of business tomorrow. If not, it will be Thursday, and send them out. And then we have to start the questions. Cliff tried to find an old set. We couldn't find stuff that we wanted to use, so we'll have to start generating that up. And I guess we'll work with the committee to actually draft those questions.
Okay.
Hey, just a quick question. Maybe we need to figure this out in the committee. When are we going to kind of start? Is there going to be like a cutoff date for resumes, or like an initial cutoff date, like a kind of 2 windows, I guess? How will we make that decision?
The initial cutoff was today.
Okay.
But like the rest of so we have 23 in, and I am pitching probably 1 out of every 3 because they don't meet the minimum requirements. So the way it's listed is or open until filled. So as we go through this process, and if we keep getting more that are more qualified, I'll send those out to you to review, see if you want to add them into the pool. the legislature ends Friday. So I'm hoping, if there's people working on the Hill that are, want something different, maybe they'll apply after Friday. So I haven't been in a real big hurry to get this thing moving because our pool is not real deep and broad yet.
Yeah, we want a really good pool.
How long has it been posted online? 2 weeks?
Just over 2 weeks, like 2 weeks, 2 days.
Okay.
But
Seems like 3 weeks would be solid. 3 or 4. I mean, 2 weeks maybe isn't enough if we don't like the pool that we have.
The only thing I ask is if you get to the end of this process and you're not happy with anyone, start over. Because if you're not happy with them now, you're not going to be happy with them in a year from now either.
Yeah.
So
Great advice.
Yeah.
just make your life miserable for that year where they were employed. So.
All right.
Get better.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Magnus. And if there's no objection, we will now adjourn the Provo Municipal Council meeting by unanimous consent.